Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, got in a little bit, like, but yeah. Ooh, every single part of my bone is like hurt a lot. Alright, have a little bit refreshed. And oh yeah, I totally forgot about this thing. Maybe? Previously on. Okay. Why didn't you guys let me know that the mic is not working? Alright, again. Um, Hello and good anytime soon, very well, whenever you are. My name is Kiray and I'm your host and your voice with voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. And welcome to my first donathon, which is going to be a very fresh start for quite lots of things. This is my first time doing this kind of thing, so it's going to be a little bit scuffed. And yeah, like this scene is a little bit like an older scene, so yeah, it's not working. It's kind of like doable, I guess. Hi there, Alia. Yeah, sadly, I was like talking for a very long time. I was talking about like M Young. He was like requesting like art to draw, but the problem is in order to initiate the free draw request is literally to like donate the $5 first to start up, like have it start up so I can start do like drawing request, and then each one people get up to 5 requests for like free drawing requests, and then only one people can like order request one. Sorry, this is the first time I ever try this thing. Okay, I'm not really used to it. Oh yeah, I'm still like fixing up the border and stuff. Hold on a little bit. There's like one filters, not desktop audio. Why did this like link to desktop audio? Wow, there's so many like, yeah, stream mic. Finally, you guys, you starting to notice like this thing start to move. At the chat corner. Yes, this thing's supposed to be like, you know, like expand and, you know, contract according to my voice and stuff. I don't know what happened. It didn't work, and then I realized that, oh yeah, I deleted all my mic because it was crashing my OBS a lot. I don't know why. It only can function with one mic at the moment. If I have an extra mic, the OBS would just keep crashing nonstop. Maybe it's the teleport that I have, because I kind of like copy and paste all the filters into one thing. Into multiple different mic, so the teleport might have like, you know, try to do too many mic, and then like, you know, weird stuff start to happen. Okay, good. By the way, if anyone didn't know what I'm doing right now, I'm creating a coloring page. So yes, once I finish it, you guys can download it and then download it and start coloring it, like this Doki Bit pictures that I made. Actually, aside from this one, I already have like another one is Ina from Hololive. So currently I am doing Projekt Melody. Yeah, hers one will be much more detailed because I separate them in level. Funny things that I learned from making a lot of like coloring page. Technically this is my third one, but with my research and stuff, I realized that depends on how much detail you draw on your coloring page, it kind of dictates the difficulty of the artwork. So if I draw lots of detail, it's a easier artwork for people to do coloring. But if I choose to have like selective, like some sort of detail is like missing, it's like, if you guys recognize this like in a outfit, is basically the ribbon here is going to have like a very complex pattern here, and then like the clothes also have a pattern there. This jacket have some pattern there. I selectively miss out those pattern, so when people do some coloring, they can add something in their own. Maybe they can draw their own patterns, this and that, that stuff. So this is like medium difficulty. High difficulty is basically just like Doki, but you can see like how complex the hair is already. And basically there's no guideline. If I really do not put any color in it, nobody would know what to color in the first place. So I would say this is like the hardest difficulty one. And this is why I at least need to like do a pre-color version so people would know what to do as a reference in here. And if you guys want to get it, you guys can go to my Ko-Fi, and then I have my stuff there. Let me try to copy and paste it. Hold on a little bit. And those are free. Even though you see like the payment thingy, you just say you type like $0. You pay me nada, and then you get it. So yeah. I'm currently still doing quite a lot of things. And one more thing I've been running, I still haven't like started the next friendship chain thing yet. That is the simple art style I'm doing right now. It's not really like using too much time, but gradually the quality keep ramping up. I cannot control myself, okay? Like doing good drawing. Like is simple art style is basically like some sort of like art style is much more sketchy on natures, but when it comes to coloring, this and that, that stuff, like it just have like enough detail to let people see it, and then they'll be like, wow. It's good for social media posting and stuff, but not really for like lots of other things. Let me try to adjust the camera a little bit more. So yeah, this is like a much more simple kind of drawing, or sloppy drawing, or like just a very fast and loose drawing. So and then the way I do this, I call this a friendship chain. Is like I draw a VTuber, and then that VTuber will nominate a friends. I draw the friends, and then the friends would nominate another one, and then I keep drawing until next. If they kind of like not available or unable to like answer me in like next 2 days, I will consider this a miss, and then like go and reset the friendship chain, do another VTuber, and then start the whole chain again. So I draw Fluffy Jam, and then Fluffy Jam nominate one of her cosplaying friend, and then yeah, like he later on I learned that he didn't answer is because it's not because like he's busy or anything. He was literally got hospitalized from broken leg. So yeah, too bad. So I reset the chain again. My next chain is like really hilarious, is because I decided to restart again and reset, but I don't know like who to draw, which VTuber to draw. And then I decided to I asked the chat, and then the chat said like, yeah, I don't know. And then I was just like, all right, let's go to the Twitters and then see the first VTuber I see. I will start drawing that VTuber. The first thing I scroll down, immediately I see Zentrea. It's like, this thing is like I need to call out people once I finish it. So drawing someone high profile and calling her to call some other people out is going to be very difficult. Which, yes, she did. But I did finish the drawing. Like I say, promise is a promise. So I finished drawing like Zentrea, and then I do the same thing again. After like 2 days, she didn't like reply. I drew Bao. Ta-da! this is a yandere version of Dao. Funny thing is, like, this one, Bao actually shared this, like, repost this image, but she did not nominate another friend. Maybe I like this, like, Zendrea one and then the Bao one. I think I wrote too many instructions, so like people might not be just reading anything at all. So I sort of like simplify the instructions. The next after like next today, and then I reset again, and then like I draw another like Vtuber. This one is power. So last time she put in a Twitter post that she don't want to be a yandere maid, and then I'll be like, you just told that to an artist. I shout like, artists are very dangerous creatures. We can draw anything we want. And then she said, try me. All right, I try. I forgot the marble though, sadly. Like the coloring of the marble, I kind of forgot, totally forgot about it. And then after this, she actually are the first one around close to the end of the years, like I should say. It's the one that like I'm starting this campaign for quite a while, and then stop and then restart again, and then stop and restart again. This is like the latest one. She's the first one who do the friend nomination thingy, and she nominate Creamy, and then Creamy nominate Kiara, Kiara nominate Ebisu, Ebisu nominate Yui. Yeah, things like going on and on. Actually, that's the next one. I still haven't really like started yet. But today's stream is more about like finishing my coloring book. So yeah. This part is going to be a little bit much more harder than I think. Alright, let's get our job started. Wait a minute, I do have the Donathon thingy like upright. Because if it doesn't, people like do tipping to me, I do not see it. Oh yeah, I also have to share this thing too. Gosh dang it. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, I completely forgot about it, that I need to share my copy link. Paste. Oops. Yep. Let me try this on that too, but this one I need to pin the message. Again, I'm still new to this thing, okay? Then I pin this thing. Today is Friday in California. If you guys didn't know about it, I also trying to aspire to become a VTuber, so I can actually do quite lots of different voice. And I do not know how to be. So, if you guys do want to make me talk about using voice line and stuff, try to actually donate until $15, and then you guys can access for the entirety of the Donathon stream. You guys can always request any voice line you guys really wanted. And I can tell you everything that is really worth it. Nah, it's not ASMR. I can tell you, yes. Aside from all of that, I can go a full-on old man. Trust me, you do not want the old man Kiray to help you. Either way, let's have some fun, keep drawing. Yeah, sorry that my mic was not on. So if you really want me to draw, like I say, this is a donathon. That's a requirement for people to be able to start requesting drawing artwork. That is donation to $5 into it. You will unlock the access of drawing stuff from people. Technically, it's just a limit to 5 requests, and each person only can request one time. So it's basically like those $5 hits. Everyone kind of like either chip in $1 each, or everyone kind of like you know, either chip in $1 each, or like some people like want to like do it like $5 in a row to grant the access of drawing like requests. But also there's a limit that I can draw. I'm not the kind of person who can draw lewd art, so kinky stuff might not be on the table. So especially when people want to draw like some weird, very kinky stuff. Yeah, sorry, I don't think I can draw it for you. Maybe the closest thing is just like, you know, like Sly Cooper type of like art style. I'm not really good at drawing animal, like mascot characters too. So I'm not really sure it's going to be good or not. Best not to draw anything I'm not familiar with, because you guys sort of pay for it. So it's best to draw what I'm good at rather than like request something so random I need to force myself to draw and then draw like very like weird at the end. Now that if I give everyone a leeway, it doesn't call like a donathon anymore, right? Stuff have rule to follow. As before the donathon start activated, I'm more or less just obligated to have some fun chatting with you guys, while at the same time doing what the first why this donathon is a thing in the first place. Do have to explain a little bit why this thing is here, the donathon like stream. Is basically I want to create a drawing book. Not just a drawing book, it's like a... Yeah, later on I will try to maybe contact Vtuber for it. I want to create a drawing book for Vtuber, but I need to have some rep before that. And also before the rep, I also need to understand how to make a drawing book in the first place. I have a very neat style like this one. As you kind of can see, I'm not exactly using like line art in the most conventional way. I'm kind of like carve the line out instead of like drawing the line. And because of this, I have a very unique line art style that is actually quite suitable for being a coloring book. So I decided to want to like utilize this and find a way to create a drawing book out first. But I need to learn how to sort of like, you know, you can't just say like, oh, I'm going to make a drawing book and then you immediately start making it. Drawing book require quite a lot of like knowledge, which I don't really have, like making a book covers, page this and that, yeah, there's stuff, printing, those kind of things. Like lots of stuff I have to like learn myself before I can actually start doing one. And then I also need to like practice, make a feel free one first. The reason I have to do that is because I need to learn. Sorry, it's not good enough, but still, I need to learn how to make a proper one. As you can see, like this thing have like higher detail. You can even look at the hair, you kind of already know the detail is like much more on the higher part. And I actually have a few already been made. This is Ina from Hololive. So I already made this one. You can kind of see, if you recognize the clothes have lots of detail is missing. If you are familiar with the clothes usually have like a lot of pattern on the jacket and on the ribbons and on the like shoulder thingy. So I deliberately missing all those things to increase the difficulty. And also, hi there, Zaz. Sorry that I was like talking. It's really hard for me to take a break once I get started. But either way, yeah, let's keep going. So this one I consider a medium difficulty. So because not all the detail is gone, like most of the hair detail, the clothes detail is still there. It's just generally almost everything about like the pattern detail is gone. I don't think this is like the true version of like the medium version. I need to like tweak it a little bit more to be like more color friendly. And this one is the hardest difficulty, the Doki Bird one. Why it is the hardest difficulty? Good questions. This is the hardest difficulty because if I turn off these colors, you do not know where to paint. So I literally required to like create a reference color image so people would know how to like color this thing. Aside from that, not a lot. But you can already see like I missed so many detail stuff in here. Almost every single part of the detail thing is just not there. It's basically just like empty. I even leave out the gosh dang keyboard. So if you really want, you need to draw the keyboard yourself. Yes, you literally have to draw the keyboard yourself. This is, I consider, hardest difficulty is because I literally missing the item there. And if you guys really want the jacket, maybe you guys need to draw the jacket yourself too. Who knows? Who knows? But either way, it's something that available in my Ko-Fi. So if you guys want to drop in and then go to download that, you can go to my Ko-Fi and download it. And let's go back to my Bago. I need to close at least one. Yeah, keep the nicest one out so I can easily access the other thing. This one I don't really need it anymore. I should keep this one, but I already have it, so have it saved. And then voila, I can go for the Ina, Doki. You know what? I should actually move them in here so it's easy for me to talk about it when I want to show it, you know? Either way, a good day to everyone that dropped by in here. Hi there, hi there. I'm still figuring out like some of her hair because her hair is actually quite unique in some sense. Sorry there if I didn't notice you guys a bit because I'm kind of like trying to focus on this hair part because it is indeed much more harder to draw this one. Because I can't sort of like overshot the length. Hold on, my friend messaged me. Yeah, my friend do monitor my stream sometimes. Alright. What he told me is... My face is blocking everything. Alright. I need this thing though. Hold on a bit. I might have to try to... And this Donathon thing is still new. I'm still new to this thing, okay? I'm still new to this thing. This is my only excuse, okay? Let me have my excuse. Okay, I'll be here. Ooh. Didn't I already? Oh, I got the wrong screen. Is it? Yeah, I got the wrong screen. Hold on a little bit, I'm doing some like very messy adjustment. Is it this thing? Hold on a little bit. I'm doing my best. I'm trying my best. While at it, you guys have fun looking at this thing. I'm still doing some like slight adjustment. So far, if I remove this, I need to keep this thing. This thing need to keep, and this thing, if I remove, all the borders gone. So all I need to do is just delete this one, and then copy this, duplicate, drag you down. And alternate, remove this thing, and then take this two, including me, and then I just take this two, move to the right, like this, and squeeze them. Alright, good. As for this one, do the opposite, clear things up. Yep. And it's starting to work as it is. And then the characters, move them down. Alright, good. Everything's good. Now, you guys can like see the artwork when I do the artwork easier. Let's put it in the middle. Yes, you guys can see it now. Might have to move the Donathon thingy too. Okay, I can group. Donathon. Then move this thing entirely almost on top of this. Yay. So you guys can see this. Good. And the chat will be above the characters only. Right, now you guys can kind of like see everything much more clearly. And every single time I need to talk about the Donaton thingy, I can pop this thing out. Let's also adjust the show transitions and then move transitions, shall we? Yeah, swipe left, and then let's go for the height transitions. Also swipe right. Okay, let's try this. It's weird. Let's go for the show for slide. Right. Yep, good. And then I need to put myself and all these divine borders down here. I don't even need the border anymore at this point. Get out. Alright, good. Now it's looking much more cleaner. Took me a while to have this thing done, but yes. Oh, the caffeine haven't kicked in yet. Hello everyone who just dropped by, and my name is Kiray, and I'm your host, and your beautiful voice here to entertain yourself and entertain myself or you. Okay, let's take a closer look. Where's my drawing pad? Oh, here. Yeah, I forgot to do this. Okay, good. Let's keep on going. Hi there, Mola. Welcome to Kiray first ever donathon stream. Technically I run something kind of similar, it's called like a fund drive. I just don't, like back then I was thinking like donathon just for like donation stuff. Not like donation stuff, more like, you know? Like doing like fundraiser stuff. And then I learned it's not. Technically, I don't even need to. Here's the thing, I don't really need to do fundraiser because my condition is already kind of like disabled in the first place. So yeah. Why do fundraiser when you need fun yourself? Also, hi there. Hi there. If YouTube bonk you, I'm sorry. I don't know why. YouTube has been very like bonk happy these days. They have their own like moderation like keyword. Even I didn't put any moderator there. Yeah, it's weird. Oh, speaking about this, I've been paying attention to like lots of like VTuber news lately, and then there's so many people from Twitch is kind of like get screwed by Twitch platform, a VTuber, and they're moving to YouTube. But also in the same time, there's so many people streaming YouTube getting screwed by YouTube, and then they're moving to Twitch. I was like, man, we are like all VTuber are stuck in some sort of abusive relationship at this point. Yeah, and then I was like standing at the sideway and then look at them and I'd be like, I've been there. And now I'm multi-streaming. Just do multi-streaming. You don't need to care too much. Lots of people don't really get it. Like, if you do multi-stream, you get the best of both worlds nowadays. I know you do split the audience, but means your audience have a choice. They can be in YouTube, they can be in streams. Really, like, depends. You can have like both culture running at the same times. It's not like they're at war or anything. Imagine like my chat just keep having like my multi-chat just have like war. People just flame each other's YouTube pleb. Something like that. Streamer Master Race. Yeah, and then this is actually kind of like, again, like it's my first Donathon stuff, so I'm not really sure I'm doing it correctly or not. Like, if anyone want to know about like the Donathon thingy, just ask. I can actually like show this thing. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, this one. So, how this thing works is basically, in order to start up the Donathon thingy, first $5 have to insert to actually start up the Donathon. Once the Donathon started, there will be people will be able to request 5 drawing from me, but that 5 drawing will be some things that is like what was it again? Yes. The 5 drawing will be only can be one person request once. So it's not like if you pay $5 you can request 5. No, it doesn't work that way. Once it this is like a community effort, so like once it achieves 5, and then like each person can order one thing. Okay, so it's like something people can chip in. But yeah, that's how I kind of like format this thing. But you can kind of like see the rest of the things, like 15 for the entire 3 days of the Donaton stream, or the entirety of the Donaton stream. I will do various different thing. One is doing the voice acting thing is going to be available for the permanently for the entire stream, so people can just write down like a voice acting line and then like want me to use like what kind of voice. Mostly I choose the voice, but still at the end I will do quite lots of like different like voice acting stuff for fun together with you guys. And then the $25 mark, and I will make one more free coloring art. So yeah, offer to like everyone. And then as you reach 30, I will start to talk about more lore stuff that I kind of like hide a lot behind the scene. is more like people never ask, so I never really reviewed it. Actually, I should, because it's some things that revolve around my entire characters, to be honest. Because I work in, like, my lore is actually I work inside a studio with a lot of like co-worker. It's the sentience, the living anime characters. So they all have like that anime story. And then sudden jump will be the exercise one. I will be choosing the exercise challenge myself, to be honest. It's like I'll let you guys, I provide options, you guys can choose. And the 100th one, you guys can already see, I'm going to like make an embarrassing short story. Not short story, short YouTube short, talking about my failed attempt of risk when I was young. Okay, I was young. I'm not very good at it. But yeah, and I'm gonna make a short out of it, and also add a little bit of valuable lessons of do not be that kind persons, because being kind doesn't really get you girls. Some people mistook, like I'm already like providing you guys the tips. Some people actually mistook kindness as romantic. Romantic have a cue they want to like give it. There's a reason for being romantic. Okay, people are romantic might seems as a kind gestures, but romantic is a really straightforward things. They have a goal they want to achieve, and then they target for it. It's unlike kind people. They just being very, very kind, or being very, very kind of maybe annoying, maybe a little bit too observant, and then even people didn't really like need help, you decided to help. Like this kind of things. Being romantic and being kind is a very separate things. I really need to teach people how to do that. And I'm still single, and I need to teach people how to do love things. Oh no. But it works for every friends I taught them. It just doesn't work for me. But yeah. And then the rest, when it reached like 125 and then 155, you guys can choose another 2 more artwork, and then until I go for like $400. $400, I will do my treadmill stream with playing Citus. If you guys didn't know, Citus is a rhythm game. So I'm basically just playing rhythm game while like on the treadmill. That's the more expensive one. Is more like the unachievable one. I do notice a lot of people do Donathon. They always like have that 2 or 3 things that is almost impossible to achieve. So yeah, I add in like 2 more achievement in there. Generally 400 is already like max for me, you know. And yeah, like the 700 one, I will buy like a cheap cloth stripe wig, and I will be the one who wear it, and I have to like spray paint it in a very like stupid way. Like very badly. I'm not actually good at it in the first place, so it will be looking very natural. The 2001 is going to be the first ever coloring book that I released that I will make it free. Yeah. Even though it's a very big loss, to be honest. If there's people actually buying it in the first place, it's a passive income. So in the long run, I might be able to like earn enough. But yeah, like if I get 2,000 from it, it's like how many money? Like 8,000 ringgit. It's 8,000 ringgit. I think it's 8,000 ringgit. Yes, it's 8,000 ringgit. Is it 8,000? I'm not sure anymore. Yeah. Yes, 8,000 ringgit. 8,000 ringgit can do quite a lot of stuff in my life. So for me, it's like I'm happy if I got 8,000 ringgit within 1 month. I can do a lot of things. And the first thing I'm going to do is going to pay for my tuition tax. Yeah, here's the thing, because I came out from my studies and... Yeah, hold on a bit. Let's remove this thing. Here's the thing. I came out from my studies with disability, so I unable to work. I haven't paid off my PTPTN. Yeah, well, the thing is I'm employed because of my issues, but my issues is not exactly disabilities. So I haven't paid for quite a long time for the student loan stuff. I do want to pay it back, but I don't have the money for it. Just sad part is that I don't have the money for it. And then those student loan ain't cheap. I went to study like engineering, and then I went to study 3D animation. Both are like highly technical studies. And I can't do a job. I cannot do a single of those jobs. Because both are like very concentration taxing, and my issues is I am unable to concentrate. That become a very big issues. Yeah. If you guys did notice, I'm semi-transparent because I'm wearing green clothes. Yeah, I choose it on purpose, but there's lots of things I'm actually trying to pay attention to. I got distracted quite easily. My friends like messaging me, and then my stream is going. I'm doing Thonathon. I'm talking to you guys. Quite lots of things going on here. Hold on a bit, let me dip this into it a little bit. You know, it's funny that the moment I start a stream, there's already someone like spam request me to draw something. It's weird, even though I explain the rules. You know the rules, so do I. But they do not listen to it. Just beg for a free drawing. Well, I am doing free drawing a lot of it, but doesn't mean I would do free drawing request. Because I only draw what I want to draw. Most of the time, like, drawing requests, most of the drawing requests I get is always like the oddest thing, the kinkiest thing that you can find in the internet. And I'm not really good at drawing those kind of things, and I don't want to waste my brain cell or my eye concentrations, which is slowly going blind in the first place, to draw some things that I don't really want to draw. I may love drawing, but love for your work have a limit. Hold on a little bit. I need to... Well, thank you for looking then. Yeah, I do love to chat with people. If you have the time to chat, why would you love to do it in the first place? But so far, not lots of people in here yet. And I am currently posting some things that I need to like show people that I finished my overlay. Hold on a little bit. I need to find the thing. The thing! The thing! OBS record, yes. Put this to... Oops. Hold on a little bit, and boop. Oops. Should be good. Should be good. You know, every single time I kind of like swipe my head up, people think I revealed that I'm actually balding. Actually, I just have a really high ass forehead. I'm actually quite conscious of it because I did have measure on my tall ass forehead. Actually, it's not balding. It always like that. It just looks like I'm balding, which is the worst case scenario. So I just like have my hair cover it most of the time. Like balding is like most of the men's is like really scared of balding. I'm one of them. But if I'm actually balding, I'm just going to like shave up all my hair. If that is going to happen. And wear a wig. I refuse to be like the guy that like he's only got a tiny bit of strands of hair left like on top of his head, and then they just like try to have like those remaining natural hair in there. I would rather shave my head and then wear a wig than doing like that kind of like weird try to hide it but not actually hide it all the way kind of like method. I wonder actually like, does wearing wig 24/7 harm your hair follicle too? I don't know why people who is actually balding are refuse to wear a wig. And then they just hide it in the weirdest way. For me, I would just rather like go full like either I just go full monk. I'm not really sure like how is it going if I actually just cut up all my hair. Maybe I should do it like one time. Just like go to the barber and then like, what do you want? Shave all my head. Shave all my hair. Yes, including eyebrow. Nah, not eyebrow. Imagine people just starting to challenge me like, oh, you really want? I give you 2,000. You can shave all your hair and your eyebrow. And I'll be like, oh shit. No. If you want to give those kind of like deal to me, like counter offer 10k, no question asked. I even pose it. I even do JoJo pose for you and do the Super Saiyan 3, do the Super Saiyan 3 like short video out. And then you guys can animate and draw or just like take a pictures and then you guys just like add like the Goku hair behind me. Oh my god, I finished my milk tea. Dang it. You know what? Let's go to unfamiliar territory for my Twitch. Just chat. It's not going to work, but I'll try. I'll try to make it work. Oh yeah, I should change the tip goal name. Let's go to setting. Donathon go. And then saved. Again, anyone who just dropped by in here, hi there. I'm still trying to make some things work here. Oh, need to wear my gloves again. I keep forgetting about it. Like when you have like a drawing tablet, drawing display, you really need this glove. Else it's going to be really hard for you to draw. Hold on a little bit. Let me do. Drawing 101, trust your instinct. If you felt something wrong, there is something wrong. You know, it's funny that my YouTube short have been appearing like lately. There's like cartoon animations. It seems very interesting, especially like the way it animated. It feels like the olden days of like 3D animations. You know, like Disney basically gave up on those kind of art a long time ago. I know Moana 2 still exists, but I don't think there will be another good animated film for quite a while after Moana 2. Even Moana 2, like, here's the thing, like, Moana 2 is not made in US. It's made in other places. They sub the work out to a different animations company overseas to do most of the animation work. And almost even like the story portray and everything when it comes to animations thing is actually made by them. It's not fully 100% like going outside overseas, but majority of stuff has already been making in the overseas market. And why that is a thing, because like, man, animation in the US is hella expensive. Animation itself is expensive. It's just in US is even more ridiculously expensive. So expensive to a point that they have to find like very scummy way that kind of made animation bad on purpose. Because here's the thing, like you would think if you pay people to do your work, you would give them every kind of support you can. It's like if you give them a storyboard, you write it in detail, you tell them a story, you oversees that work a little bit, at least some certain level of supervisions. At least like when there's some things almost goes wrong, you would let them know about it, those kind of things. But the problem, and again, like I forgot like what I want to talk about. My brain just have like a tiny spin happening there, so I kind of like lose most of the context I was wanting to talk about. Let me try to spin my brain a little bit. Oh yeah, the animation thing. So you would always think that you didn't provide me good enough things, and then I screw up your work. If you want to, you want me to like do it again, since you already waste my time, you have to pay more to like do corrections, right? When it comes to like art stuff, it's like you asked me to do art for you, and then you didn't give me good enough instructions, and then I messed up your art. You say you don't like this kind of style, that kind of style, and then you want a edit, and then I will give you a few corrections to let you do correct, and then afterward, if you want more edit, you want to move shifting to the left a little bit, right a little bit, up a little bit, down a little bit. Each command costs money because it costs my time. It costs things to work. But in Animation Studio, it works in the opposite way. Because people are more or less gambling their time on your company to finish this particular maybe like 10 to 5 minute scene. And if you screw up that scene, oh, the redo doesn't cost much. It costs less. I'm not kidding. It's literally like if they ask you to redo something because you wasted that time, you actually get less paid once you finish it. It's basically like it's a complete opposite. Basically, like what I just told you guys, it's a complete opposite of what I just said. Yeah. So in fact, if you make a mistake, they will pay you less. But they understand that, and then they don't want to pay a bunch of money. So sometimes not like a common practice, of course, but it's kind of like implied. It's some things that they kind of do. A lot of like big places will kind of give you very limited storyboarding sometimes, or literally do not care about what you're doing. They just ignore you most of the time, even you ask for some things. Just practically try to make the communication as horrible as possible. And once you finish your job, send it to them, and then they compare with their own animation part, and then your animation part, they will have a lot of complaint. Why? Because sometimes the movement flow is just not identical with what they did, and sometimes is maybe some of the squish and squash, like the way they do it, the squish and squash is a little bit different. How the eye, like you can do your eye like, or you can do your eye something like that. So the how you do that reactions of that character might be a little bit different. You maybe put too much exaggeration on it, or you put too less exaggeration on it. That kind of things happen, and then when they see that kind of things, they will try to nitpick as much as possible, and then want you guys to redo. And then when you guys have to redo, means they pay you less. It's not accusations, it's just allege how they do their things to reduce the, payment they have to do. Maybe it's just a conspiracy. It's just a conspiracy. Don't know how big this conspiracy is, though. But funny thing is, like, that's nowadays, like, they literally, instead of like just they found out a cheaper way to actually do it, instead of like trying to be cheap-assed and force people to make mistake over and over again, and then people sometimes make mistake, they will keep making a mistake because you deliberately kind of like make mistake happens, and the production work sometimes might have some hiccup. So in order to prevent maximum hiccup and maximum saving, they literally just like put the output all on the overseas, so they don't really have to pay that much. So they don't have to deliberately kind of like force people to make mistakes, which at the end they can make a very good animations. Imagine I was talking shit about animation industries and how the big company does that kind of shit, and then I suddenly have some red dot on my head. Oh no. And then hear the sinister laugh of ha ha. I'd be like, ew. As you can see now, I'm doing some angle adjustments. I feel like it's a little bit too much. Man, the details we add into it is a lot. Let's take a little bit break, just have a little bit chat again. Alright, anyone who just joined in, hello there. Sorry that I was like silent for quite a long while, because this required the utmost kind of require my full attention sometimes. I know my donathon thing is just like something just happens immediately. It kind of surprised a lot of people too. Like, I guess even my friends is like that. I have no patience. Uh, Sorry, I was a little bit distracted again. So, okay, we have a little bit chat today. Well, seriously, not too much things happens like in this past few days. Ah. Oh no, I think like this need to be redo. Yeah. I was expecting someone to drop by and say hi, and I see some asshole coming in. Well, technically not assholes. They aren't even human to begin with. Imagine if people like doing this thing are actual people behind the screen, and that's it. This thing hurt their feelings. Because the irony, I do have a bot for doing this kind of things too. See? The Ko-Fi thing. You know what? I have like this one very great like voice line written back in the days. This for a evil character monologue, and while people are confronting him, and then he'd be like, "Oh, what do you expect? That you want me to say speak about my child traumas or something like those kind of things? Like do the monologue, and then I skip to the most best part of it. Well, it all happens today when I was bored, and then they are listening to it like very closely, and then he just starts shooting at them. That's the punchline. They are waiting for him to like say like the rest of the monologue story, but he just starts shooting the other guy, instead of the main characters that going to like what? I'm evil. It's like implied that like his monologue about why he's evil, that basically just imply that he is just born evil. I really like don't like a trope that like those kind of things that like nowadays people always like give heroes or villains, especially villains, a lot of like tragic stories. Like sometimes they forgot like sometimes people are just evil for evil's sake. There's no clear cut line of being a good person while being evil. Like stop trying to mix things like in a sense that keep telling people like two wrongs doesn't make things right, but there's a reason behind those two wrongs happening in the first place. Like they always want to find a way to explain the reasons, which is kind of like for me it's like very tiring trope. Very tiring trope. Sometimes some people are just evil because they are evil. Also, hi there, Hilly, and welcome to my Kiray first Donathon stream. Hold on a little bit, let me carve a little bit more pieces. Today actually I'm just like do a little bit more chatting than just drawing. It's more like most of my concentrations would just stay in chatting mode. Why? Is because Donathon is something much more different. It's not just a simple drawing stream. Yes, I literally spent 2 hours on this. Ooh, the detail. I do love that though, but anyway, let me continue. Hello there, welcome to the Kiray stream. My name is Kiray and I am your host and your boy with the voice, and the guy behind me is my stand. Don't think about him too much. And welcome to my first Donathon stream. Of course, it's a little bit scuffed. Have lots of things to still like kind of like make things happen. I'm not really sure like how to make this Donathon things works. Supposedly is to have people donations to me. Once it achieves a certain things, community will gain a benefit from it. Here's the thing, like usually people do Donathon when they have like enough fan base in the first place. So I'm just doing this out of nowhere. It's like the weirdest decisions. And yes, because my friend like did told me about Donathon thing, and then like one of the other friends that know, she had like a very successful Donathon, and I'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna make one now. I've been kiked by my friends, okay? And then I make a very poor decisions of did not like hype things up, this thing, that thing, yada yada stuff, or like make myself like well known enough before I do like any other things, you know. Weirdly, it's like a lot of people are afraid to interact with me. I'm not sure why. It's like you know, I was like a very open up person in the VTubing like communities. I would just let people join into my stream and then have funs, chatting together, and like do various different kind of like things. Just have fun in general. I'm a very good like, I won't really say I'm the best person doing conversations, but I do a decent job. But a lot of people always told me like they are afraid to talk to me. Is it the introvert debuff? I am not an extrovert. I behave like one, but doesn't mean I am actually an extrovert. Like introvert doesn't have to scare of me. We both are the same thing in one boat. We both functionally are the same thing. But still, at the end, like there's lots of people like afraid to approach me because they kind of like thought I was like someone who is like just kind of like very big people. But seriously, man, I have 2 viewers right now. One is lurking and one is you. And I don't have that much people in my stream. I'm not a big VTuber, but people kind of like treat me like one. Which is weird. Maybe because I used to be like a big name streamer, not a big name streamer, it's like big streamer out of nowhere. So maybe I have that energy because of that. Who knows? I don't know. I know I have a lot of friends in like overseas country, but it's because they are all overseas. So it's really hard to like stream with them. You know? And maybe I can like call out my friends. Hold on a bit. Nah, he's playing League of Legends. How about how about another friends? Let me take a look. I refuse that, seeing that I don't have any friends here. No, all my friends are busy. I can no friends now. Yeah, I like first day I'm streaming at nighttime. Like not just nighttime, it's basically dead of night at the moment. For my time. So anyone who is friend with me locally, they can't actually like join in at all. And then friend who is like on the overseas, most of my friends like from the overseas is from Australia, so we have a very big ping issues. We can't exactly do any stream together. Unless it's like last time you guys kind of see like either like podcast like thingy or the Ace Attorney series. But the Ace Attorney series didn't really pan out that well. It's like the stream is actually decreasing like more and more. I do like to make like random add-on, like keep replacing people joining in, and I have to explain to them how to play this and that, other stuff, like those kind of stuff. I might restarted it for next time, but I also want to do like the podcast thingy, not like podcasting, it's more like talk show thingy. Yeah, I want to make that thing happens, just to like have a lot of people like do the podcast stuff together. I can show you guys again. Like, well, I'm going to come. Can you just let me? Sorry there. I had to turn that off first. And the intro. Okay, now we can get started. And now I'm right in front of everything. Hold on a little bit. Let me remove this thing. So yeah, you kind of can see I'm going to like convert this place into a much more talk show environment-ish. So yeah, like removing like some of the table 2, not this table 2, so the actual table, the table 2, yes, this one, and then turn this into much more like a talk showy thing, so we can kind of like do talk show together, and then like have the screen on top, this and that, yeah, the stuff. Of course, I'm not going to use the Fuji, just going to like somehow make something works. Aside from like doing a lot of like podcasting, I do want to do a little bit like interview things too. So a lot more stuff have to be done. But yeah, generally something like this kind of stuff happens. And yeah, let's go back to the let's come back to this and then have a little bit fun chat together again. So how is everyone days? I know everyone is like having like a very good day because it's a New Year's, and also Chinese New Year's is coming close. Everyone in Malaysia is going to have like a new time to get a free holiday again. Ooh, therapist appointment. As a person who lives in Asia, therapist appointment is mean different thing. Yeah, like sadly, Asian don't view therapy as a solutions. It's more like the drastic measures. When things get out of hand, you need to go to therapy. Means you already a little bit loony bin, the Lulu. Yeah, that's how in Asia functions like that. It's not like they don't believe in therapy or mental illness or like mental stress or stuff like that. They do kind of sort of acknowledge of those kind of things. This is why you can see like lots of Asian persons is like, you know, like what kind of things happens? Go to have a trip. Basically take a break. Like this kind of cultures is like go like overseas touring, this and that, yeah, that stuff. This basically is like one way to like, you know, help them to de-stress. But once you are bad enough, you have to go to visit the therapist, then like it's like low-key telling people that alright, you already at the breaking point, you are officially crazy. That is literally how Asia like works when the time that you go to therapist. Don't worry, I don't view it that way, but sadly a lot of people kind of do. Nowadays people are much more open up to it, but anyone who is still at my like fathers and mothers age, like around like 50 to 60s, they kind of like still see it that way. So yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's hard to like explain how this thing works to them sometimes. Technically, I, in some sense, working in the opposite way, because like how my family like view these things, I also viewed it in a very like different light too. And for me, I actually quite immune to mental issues. It's because I'm those kind of people who's like, if I ever get shot in the shoulders, I would be like, oh, I got shot. Well, first time to go to emergency hospital then. I am those kind of people. When it comes to mental, like even like mental stuff, I'll behave that way too. So much so, back in the days, I got misdiagnosed to have depressions. I could see a doctors. They told me I am the most, most like self-aware depressive person in the world, if it is. Because back in the days, like I said again, like my conditions is weird, so it took them a while. But originally, they diagnosed me to have depressions or like depression, burnout, or something like that. In the first place, to cause my insomnia. But later on, of course, they learned that it's not the main issues that I get insomnia thingy. But it was around that kind of like time they kind of like slowly realize I'm either I'm just loony or I'm just pretend. So they go for like the I am pretending like camp. And then treat me really, I won't say treat me really badly, but more like, when you already have those kind of like perceptions on your patients, when you talk to them under that kind of circumstances, you can hear it from their word that they are not trying their best to take you seriously. Like most of the question would more like asking you to test you out, to have a debate that you are pretending or not. And I am no idiot, and I know what are they trying to do. Sometimes it does piss me off, but there's also same time I've seen a lot of people pretend to be sick just to get pity point. So it's a very conflicted reasoning. I kind of understand why they do it, but it kind of also pisses me off they do it that way. Like I really have problem. I really need to get this fixed so I can be a normal human again. And then here they are trying to test me like, are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Do you really have this? Are you not pretending? Yeah, it took them quite a while, and then I keep insisting I have issues, so they sent me to a physiotherapy places to get my balance checked, this and that, yeah, that stuff, because I do seems to have tiny issues, but they now require a much more professional to use machinery to test me out to prove that I actually have issues. And then once they actually proved that I have issues, and then they sent me they literally sent a letter to them that I need to get checked. And then they're still very reluctant to do it. Because even they actually found out legitimately I have issues, my medical report still kind of say I don't exactly have any issues. But the physiotherapy doctors, they already use a machine that tests me that I have a very hyper-specific issues. It's not like I don't have it. But the first hospital just insists that I don't really have any issues, which is headache for me. Like, even the physiotherapy hospital, even the neurology like hospital, they already like sees it this way. at the end of the sentence of all the report is say bilateral type 2 AICA vestibular loop, no other significant abnormality. But in realities, the bilateral type 2 AICA is the main culprit of all my entire thing, but they pretend like this is nothing. I'm still kind of pissed off. And when I try to read this thing out, and then they say it's not meant for me. So the doctor did explain to me that this is what is causing my issues. Again, I don't show a lot of times because I keep saying I have issues, and I never really show the paperwork that I like. Yeah, basically the physiotherapy hospital and then the actual like ear, throat, you know, ENT, ear, nose, throat, like doctors, they just keep insisting I have mental issues. Like even like MRI literally say like here, oh, how do I, sorry, I need to angle it well enough for you guys to be able to read it properly. Yeah, like this thing. Bilateral type 2 AICA vestibular loop. And then they have to like add it in there, no other significant abnormality. Like bro, I can't even stand up well. I can't even walk that well. I can't even stand up and then try to like, imagine like, if I have to stand up and then do this, I'm actually struggling a lot. My hip is like swaying left and right. Because if I have to focus on my fingers to do dexterous stuff, I can't focusing on my hip. And I will slowly lose balance the more I standing and do dexterous stuff with my hand. And my train of thought always get interrupted by my thingy. If I don't do it fast enough, my train of thought would just get disrupted by my vertigo. So I can't function like a normal human, but they just keep insisting I have no significant abnormality. And keep telling me, you think about this too much. You think about this too much. While the other doctors just say, yeah, definitely this thing costs everything you have here. So I'm not sure which doctor to trust at this point. And then some doctors say like this is a very common thing, and then some doctor told me this is the rarest thing you can ever see. So is my condition rare or not rare? Because some people also who do like some of my friends do, or like acquaintances do study medical, when they go research about my condition stuff, and then they told me it's the rarest shit they've ever seen. It's not something happens to like lots of people. And then some doctors told me like everyone have it. So do I have it or do I not have it? Is it rare or not rare? It confuses the shit out of me. Like, despite at this point, I think I maybe think too much and then the mental stress got into me. I have no idea. Don't worry, this is a donathon. The main point is actually to help me on this kind of stuff too. Like, it's a good thing I can just get this thing out of my chest. I'm not sure I'm, like, at this point, yeah, here's the thing, I'm not really sure that I'm actually angry or sad about this. I'm way too emotionally dead. Imagine, like, you just keep, your mentality, you just keep on grinding because you're, like, conditions. I have to be very calm most of the time. And most of my emotions is slowly dying off. Maybe sometimes I still can get some excitement when I play games, that's all. I am slowly dying emotionally. Not actually dying, it's more like, you know, I'm becoming much more of a colder person. This is why I really do need to like stream a lot, you know, chat a lot with people, try to be as normal as possible. But the problem is I don't really have lots of like experience chatting with people at this point. I do stream because I do love chatting with people and then have some fun together. But every single time I talk about stuff, I would always go to my like issues, which I really need to control not to say this thing too much. But every single time I talk about it, I become like too interesting to talk about this topic, then I can't stop it. I really should stop talking about this. But yeah, like hi there. Let's reset a little bit. Talk about something else. I do need to take a break since I already been drawing for like 2 hours straight with just the head of the hair. Man. But yeah. I did, like, here's the thing. I seen a few like news that is just horrible nowadays. California fire, and like there's also the prankster. Actually, not prankster. It's just like horrible people want to become like someone like important in the parliament. Yeah, it's like I saw this like video. Let me try to take this video out. Hold on a little bit. Like, you guys know like Johnny Somali, right? That guy is like stupidly famous. For the wrong reasons. Yeah, basically it's like they go like after Logan Paul. Yes, Logan Paul, and I will not retract what he did. He did it, and it's for clout. And yes, he basically go to Japan, which is like people actually usually is like very tame, you know, mind your own business kind of stuff. Long as you don't bother other people, people won't bother you. Those kind of like mentalities, and they quite keep things to themselves. And Logan Paul around that time just go in there, become a nuisance, and then just like you know, like those kind of like really like bothering people, like just have like a very stinky fish just walking around the street, or like go to people like shop, just like do some like random like those kind of like yelling, and like do a lot of like, I won't really say heinous, it's more like annoying shit that usually you would get punched. Like doing that. If they come to Malaysia do those kind of things, like second things they're going to get is black eye. But yeah, like a lot of like those kind of like very nuisance shit happening in there. He kind of like popularized harassing people in Japan, and later on, of course, like another guy called Johnny Somali also start doing that shit in there. Actually, aside from Johnny Somali, there's a second person does that too. Yeah, actually, there is a second dude does that. If you kind of like know, there's like a guy who keep like trying to be, pretend to be stupid, and then just like trying to get free shit over in Japan and stuff, and also same time prank the shit out of people, harassing people, and then just try to get free shit, like teach people how to like literally create a tutorial how to be a nuisance streamer in Japan. Yeah, that guy is even worse than Johnny Somali, I can say. And yeah, basically in overseas is flat out criminal. Like all the things like so criminal in fact he got caught and then got sent back to EU, sent back to Europe, because the stuff that he keep doing, harassing people and stuff and try to get free shit, is, when I say try to get free shit, I mean like literally go into train, and not paying the ticket and just cross the border, cross the guard or anything like that, like this and that stuff, anything that require payment, he just like try to sneak in and try to like get free stuff and steal food, those kind of things, and then beg for money sometimes. So when he got caught, it's literally criminal activities, almost everything like he does. And do you know what? That dude decided to become, he applied and got in and become an EU politician. And everyone was like, the fuck? Like, basically, he is the most horrible person that you can find in the world, and then he go and apply to become politicians, and he got in. Do you know how crazy that shit is? You literally are a menace in every single country. He literally got deported almost in every single country outside in Asia because he just basically do crime everywhere and got kicked out, and then went back to Europe because his dad is a priest, somehow the duality of difference, and people didn't really do background check, I think, and then just let him become politicians. I was like, holy shit. Holy moly.
Well, guys, it's practically official.
Like, I literally can show it to you guys now. Like, I don't mind just like do this like watch together. This is from Mujin. Let's watch this thing together, shall we? Yeah, let's turn this into a tiny watch along. Let me turn off the music first. Okay. Turn off the music and just switch this to my headphones so you guys won't hear like double like double voice and stuff. Switch this to headphone. I rarely wear headphone, like I say, like my ears have issues, so I don't really wear it often. But now is the great time to do it. Raise up the volume.
Japan is the best country on planet Earth. Not only is it back to...
Can you hear it? If you can hear it, let's watch this together.
Its pre-pandemic touristic numbers, but it's beating every single record it held beforehand. But unfortunately, when you have so many apples going through the Japanese system, a bunch of rotten apples will inevitably show up. In the case of...
I paused this at the right moment, but not really sure. I just want to talk about this. Like, like nowadays, there are so many anti-tourism spots in Japan because of all this douchebag. And Japan already have a little bit racism in them, but because of all this dude that just harassing people in Japan because of it, people become even way more racist nowadays in Japan. Long as you don't, at least I look like a Chinese, I'm Malaysian Chinese. If I don't say anything, I might look like a normal Japanese citizen, so maybe. So, I might have to, if I have to like go to Japan and like, have some like tourism stuff, I need to like learn how to speak perfect Japanese so they would not suspect me. But either way, yeah, let's keep watching this thing.
Nuisance influencers in Japan specifically, most people will think of the example of Johnny Somali, an American live streamer who went there, completely disrespected Japanese culture, and was even racist and obnoxious towards its citizens. But if you've been on the internet for long enough, then you know for a fact that this isn't the first time Japan has had to endure something like this.
You know, funny thing is, like back in the days when you want to do stupid stuff, at least they wear a mask. I'm not sure when this happened, but in Korea he's just like bold face out there. So yeah, now he got it, huh? Karma, I love the most.
Its citizens. But if you've been on the internet for long enough, then you know for a fact that this isn't the first time Japan has had to endure something like this. I just can't seem to remember who did it first, though. I need a clip to
Yeah. Like that's like so many things happening in
refresh my
Japan. I
memory
feel
or
sad
something.
for them. Like here's the thing. If anyone do this all this kind of shit in Malaysia, they would be going back with a black eye. Not just black eye, might be a broken arm too. I'm not saying our place is a violent place, it's more like we aren't that tolerable when it comes to this kind of things. And our police systems is quite good. I'm not like
I think there's someone hanging right there.
Okay, all right. I think that definitely rings a bell. Yep, thank you so much. Look, the idea of lunatic YouTubers that would do anything just to get some views on their channel isn't new. It's been around for a very long time, but recently it's been more and more prevalent.
to be sure, I would say again I paused at the right moment. But either way, to be sure, I would glad they come in here. If they come to Malaysia and then just be a nuisance, they will get beat. I have no control. I'm not the one who will call out the beat out, but I would definitely sure there will be someone in my country that was just form an entire gang just to gang up on him. Not him. Almost like the nuisance streamer just trying their best to be nuisance in Malaysia. Most likely case, it will happen.
But what does that really mean for the average person? For most people, these influencers are nothing more than distant clowns. Their actions, while ridiculously stupid, will never really directly have an effect on their lives. But, worryingly enough, that could be changing sooner rather than later. As more time passes, YouTubers are expressing a bigger interest in running for political office. Like how at some point Mr. Beast said, if we lower the age to run for president, I'll jump in the race.
No.
Receiving, of course, a worrying amount of support, but these people probably thought he was joking. Well, he was not. He doubled down on a podcast saying, no, don't worry, I am running for president, but probably when I'm older in my 50s or 60s. Now,
No. No. No.
look, sorry to burst your bubble. I know you're very excited to watch $1 missile versus $1 million missile on Middle Eastern children, but this isn't the first time that a celebrity has toyed with the idea of becoming a politician. The reality is, though, that while it does sound good on paper, it ends up being very disappointing. But that doesn't mean that you should celebrate just yet. What if I told you that there was a...
Oh, there will be. Because all the kids that watch him is growing up. By the time he can actually like become a president candidate, every kid is already grow up. And then if mentally they still haven't grown up yet, they will vote for him.
lunatic YouTuber who flew all the way to Japan just to commit crimes in order to film a video. The same YouTuber who showed the world that he...
And then do you know why like Donald Trump is like very influential around his time, like when he wanted to become a president in the first place back then? A lot of people support him. It's because back in the days he is a TV reality show star. He is actually famous for that, those kind of things, and then also famous for being like a very savvy businessman. And then when he say he want to become a president, everyone support him. And that's how things goes.
lacked complete self-awareness by making a video thumbnail like this one with the title "Leads to Film YouTubers
Yeah, like
Celebrate."
when I say talk about like the guy who went to become like a went to be a politician in EU.
Just yet. What if
This
I
dude.
told you that there was a lunatic YouTuber who flew all the way to Japan just to commit crimes in order to film a video? The same YouTuber who showed the world that he lacked complete self-awareness by making a video thumbnail like this one with the title of "I spent 100 hours in the world's poorest country." So what if I told you that this YouTuber not only became a politician, but...
Yeah. Scary shit happened. Scary shit happens. Imagine in the future, all the politicians just like previously did that, just like dancing TikToker. That would be. Whew.
But holds such a high office that he can vote on laws that influence over 450 million people. You'd probably think that I'm absolutely crazy, that I lost my mind. Well, I really do wish that I was joking. Because this YouTuber, ever since the summer of 2024, has been a European Union Parliament member.
Yeah, Parliament member. Literally, there are important decisions. Like, I think you guys would already know, like, a little bit politician stuff. Is basically like it's still a little bit. It's still democratic stuff. So at the end, like, they have like lots of people have a decision to make. So they have like maybe 100 seats. So out of hundreds, they need a certain level of vote. So he have one of the seat, and he also can like suggest very ridiculous stuff and then ask for people to vote too. So if everyone is stupid, if they vote for his shit, ooh.
Now you'd think, okay, fine, I guess he cleaned up his act if he's going to become a politician. Well, no, he's causing drama within the European Parliament, going as far as to go up against the vice president of the parliament in TikTok drama, okay? They're literally out here calling each other out back and forth on Twitter videos. It's absolutely wild, but I also have a feeling that it won't be the last time that we'll see a lunatic YouTuber make it to politics. This is why we have to talk about it. Let's do this. So, Phidias Panak...
Yeah, so basically a lunatic tried to become a politician and then managed to become a politician and then do lunatic stuff. What do you expect?
Otu is a YouTuber that hails from the little country of Cyprus. His YouTube channel currently sits at over 2.7 million subscribers, and what he did to reach this milestone was actually fairly straightforward. From the beginning, it was very clear who his inspirations on YouTube were. His video pacing, as well as his ideas, were heavily inspired by YouTubers like MrBeast. This can be seen in this video, for example, titled I Said MrBeast 1 Million Times. Very similar to one of MrBeast's early viral videos.
You know what? Maybe I should do this.
Titled Saying PewDiePie 100,000 Times. But as time went by, Phidias...
Okay, if I really need to say like a name like 1,000 times, which VTuber will I need to say? Which VTuber I need to say to actually get to this point? Sorry that I kind of like my headphone.
Inspiration. Airrack. A YouTuber that had gained prominence by trespassing into multiple locations while stalking Logan Paul. He had successfully done so multiple times and was able to build a saying PewDiePie 100,000 times. But as time went by, Phidias started to realize that MrBeast wasn't going to be his ticket to fame. That's when he set his sights on someone else for his ultimate inspiration. Airrack. A YouTuber that had gained prominence by trespassing into multiple locations while stalking Logan Paul. He had successfully done so multiple times and was able to build a name for himself. Now sitting at...
I'm stalking crime. Is stalking not crime? Is it until you put like restraining order on people and then you still keep stalking them, then it's a crime? Wow. Wow.
Over 15.6 million subscribers. Phidias saw this and decided...
No. I am stalking someone, see? Like, there's a guy like, there's a guy right behind me. See? I call him my stan, but he actually is just a dude that just sit behind me, try to do like lip sync with me. And then look at his smile. And look at his fat ass. That dude have man boobs too. I don't know him. I don't know who he is. That guy's my stalkers.
that he would do the exact same thing to Airrack. This is when he would make the video, This Is How I Met Airrack, back in the beginning of 2021.
Oh, the stalker being stalked!
Cyprus all the way to Los Angeles just to meet Airrack in order to give him a gift. This video feels like a reenactment of a true crime documentary. Like, think about it. A dude obsessed so much with a celebrity that he's willing to travel through continents and do everything in their power to meet with them. There's been restraining orders issued for less than that. Okay, this is crazy. His plan was to get his community to spam the ever-living shit out of Eric and his team in order for him to meet him. And by using the power of TikTok's algorithm...
Oh, the stalker got stalked. Well. How the turntable.
He actually managed to do it.
Will not stop until I give this box to Eric.
So the message had reached Eric, he found it funny, and he actually ended up meeting with him. He was initially kind of scared, and I mean, why wouldn't he? He's literally meeting a stalker, but things carried on pretty positively. He ended up opening the mystery box, and the video performed very well. But here's the thing, it really doesn't take a genius to understand that Phidias had a lot of potential. The guy was a lunatic and would do anything for views. So Eric had the brilliant idea of keeping him around. You would start to see Phidias appearing in Eric's videos, but you would also see Eric appearing in Phidias's videos, like Eric controls my life for 24 hours straight. This gave Phidias exactly what he wanted. It legitimized him and his channel, allowing him to not only be present in Los Angeles, but also get to meet some of the top YouTubers in the space. These connections allowed him to create his magnum opus, his most viewed YouTube video of all time, titled I Hugged the World's Top 100 Celebrities. It was evident that Phidias' influence had grown exponentially since the first person he was hugging in this video was Mr. Beast himself, his first ever inspiration. He then went on to hug other celebrities. Oh my god, this aged so badly. This aged so badly. Oh my god. Anyway, most of the people in this video were his friends in some capacity. His main goal was the 100th person, which was...
And again, like, if a guy who decided to do all of this kind of things, they have issues. They have serious issues. My condolence of anyone that been like stalked by this guy, to be honest.
Was going to be Elon Musk. Now, yeah, sure, Elon's mother, May Musk, might have complained that she was getting harassed on all platforms because of Phidias' community, with so many of them begging her to ask Elon to hug him. And I guess Phidias did camp out for 46 days outside the Twitter headquarters, hoping to catch Elon leaving to hug him.
This take dedications. This take certain level of craziness to actually do this.
But look, what matters in the end is that he did it, guys. Elon actually invited him over and hugged him, and not because he was scared of probably getting murdered if he said no. This was easily the biggest moment in his YouTube career so far, even though his methods were crossing every line of privacy and were borderline on the verge of stalking. He spun it off as some inspirational message for perseverance and that you too can do whatever you wish to do if you set your sights on it, and it almost seemed like he was on...
Yeah, once you set a sight on doing a crime, you can do any crime you want. That's what he's saying.
On top of the world. But even with all the...
This is a very bad mantra. I guess like all those TikTok crime, they just keep like filming themselves doing crime and all this kind of stuff. I think this guy is the main guru that teach people doing this kind of shit. So this is why I kind of like find it like very crazy when this type of things like happens.
These influential friends and all these views, nothing at his disposal could have shielded him from the backlash that his own stupidity would generate. Before committing crimes in Japan, his first major drama involved this video with this thumbnail, titled, I spent 100 hours in the world's poorest country.
This is the world's poorest country, and there is a lot of bad things said about it.
I know who he's trying to copy. But that guy also like right now is like in some sort of deep doo-doo too. I don't know why like lots of people like go viral and then like they start to like do weird ass stuff. I think it's like a very common thing, is it? Like it does take a certain dedication of craziness for you to like keep doing video to the point that you get famous. So once you get famous, like people just start doing even more crazier shit, and then like, you know, and then end up getting big deep doo doo.
What is he?
I need to plan out something. Like if I actually manage to become famous, what would I need to do to like let myself fall? What kind of things, like evil, diabolical things I can do? Nah, I can't think of anything.
Doing spinning like this, bro. What's going on?
If it's true or not.
He made this video out to be a way for him to raise awareness about the living conditions in Burundi. But it's actually a very hard video to watch if you have any sense of self-awareness. Viewers did not appreciate the way he was interacting with the local population, appearing to never take anything seriously and acting more like a tourist in a zoo rather than someone who was concerned about the living conditions of people in Burundi.
Here's your 50 cents. Thank you.
He also said very inspirational things like this.
I just wanted to say, guys, that poor doesn't mean bad. Poor is like being tall or short. It's just a fact and doesn't define you.
I wanted to see the poor.
Look, I'm not a doctor, but this lack of self-awareness should definitely be classified as a major disorder because holy shit, this can't be real, but it is. Anyway, based on the dislike ratio, I'm sure you can tell it wasn't a very popular video and many YouTubers criticized him. One could say that it was his first major controversy of this level. Usually, when a creator is faced with this many dislikes and so much criticism, they take a step back. Maybe they apologize, maybe they start making content with a different point of view. But seeing that we're dealing with someone who lacks all sense of self-awareness, it only had the opposite effect, and it's what led up to more crazy, stupid content. The next step in Phidias's evolution was committing crimes in foreign countries, starting with the UK.
Yeah, basically just go around just be menace to every people. Of course, like Japan is the one that he did the most crime out of. Like basically, like here's the thing, like I say again, like you guys can like watch the rest of the video quite easily. It's basically, yeah, he does all his stuff. It's like basically just keep on doing crime over crime over crime over crime over crime. I think he also like get more inspirations. Like once Logan Paul did like did his thing like in Japan and then be like, that's going to be my next destination. And then he just go there and then like, you know.
Video titled, I traveled across the entire UK for free. His goal was to go from Brighton all the way to the north of the UK for free. He started by sneaking inside a bus's luggage compartment instead of paying $3 for a ticket, hoping to go through the entire ride for free. He was then, in the dumbest way possible, caught by the bus.
You know what? It's not like I'm trying to like suggest and tell you guys stuff. If you really want to make a content like this, at least actually pay for that $3, okay? Just pay for $3, maybe like 50 more for the bus driver, since like you have to shove yourself inside the luggage room. Like if that is actually the case, then I would say like it's somewhat of a dedication that he really want to make like some content, even though it's kind of like a little bit fake, but he does stuff himself inside there and then from point A to go to point B and then like film himself running away, kind of, but still at the end it's kind of like fake. But if that kind of things that actually happens, I would actually say kudos to him. But he didn't. He actually just did a crime and just ran away.
Bus driver and was forced to flee after he threatened to call security. As if that wasn't bad enough, after running away, he goes to the train station and starts begging random people for money in order for him to buy a train ticket. After successfully begging for a ticket, it wasn't enough to cover his destination. So he ended up getting on the train illegally and staying in the bathroom throughout the entire thing in order to not get caught. Oh, and
what kind of brain do you have to think about this works?
let's not forget, in the bathroom while he was on the train illegally, he had a sponsor to share with all of us. Like, this is insane. You can't make this up. This is a YouTuber disrespecting a foreign country's public transport system. But people didn't take it as seriously because it was the UK. So of course he wasn't going to take a step back. He did it again in a different country. This time though, he faced a lot of backlash. What really started the first big wave of international controversy was him traveling to India, more specifically Bengaluru, where for an Instagram reel, he showed himself getting on a metro for free by not paying in the most obnoxious way imaginable. Watch.
I'll teach you how to get the metro in.
Yeah, speaking about this, like I've seen a lot like in New York cities, not just New York cities, like in US, there's lots of places that people just like jump over the rail. Not the rail, I mean like, you know, like you have to like beep and then get into like right train, right? Lots of people just like hop over it. because it's for them it's like ridiculously expensive, and it's a very weird concept. Like in Malaysia too, is like we all like it's a very affordable things. The public transport system is like make affordable for reasons. Like I don't know why people make these things like this way.
India for free. Do you think I will get it for free or no?
I don't think so.
I will try to prove him wrong. Let's hope for the best. La 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 la.
This video was massively disliked, especially by Indians, with many of them arguing that if they were to do something like this in a foreign country, they would get crucified.
Yeah, if you try to do this in US, you literally get cake. The immediate things is like you get tackled by police or security guard.
Gotta wonder if Phidias would be okay with me going to Cyprus and dodging every bill if it was for a video. But this backlash barely did anything to him. He didn't apologize and he did not stop. In fact, he brought it to the next level, as he always did. I mean, of course he did. This time, he decided to do the same thing he did in India and the UK, but in Japan.
Yeah, my headphone is like slightly broken.
Barely a month after Johnny Somali had gotten in trouble in that country. Now again, this video was taken down and we'll get to why later, but for the time being, the original title of the video was I Traveled Across Japan for Free, and this is a re-upload. Phidias and a bunch of other foreign YouTubers wanted to travel the entirety of Japan, but for free without paying for anything. The video starts off with massive...
He brought more people to do stupid shit together. Like, this is the worst.
Secondhand embarrassment with him begging for money from a local. Yes, and the worst part is we're only getting...
You know what actually happens to me when I was younger times? Nah, it's because like this wired. Back in the days, because I can't wear like the... I know my ears like have some issues, so I don't really wear these kind of things that much. So even like back in the days when I'm working, when I need headphones to listen to music to, I kind of have this thing on, and this wire, USB wire, is like get yanked lots of times, yank off, and then like now it has like some issues. I should take this thing to go and fix it, but it require like send to like the manufacturer's place, this and that, yada stuff. It might take literally like 2-3 months to actually get it fixed. So I just told them like nah. So it's always been like this. I need to like knock it a few times to actually like have like good listening to. You know what? Actually, if anyone actually like give me like the donation go, I might actually go and buy a better headphone.
Started. He then got on a bus hoping to use the money there, and in Japan you pay when you leave the bus. However, when he was about to leave, the bus driver told him that it was 680 yen. He only had 600. He was 80 yen short and tried to act stupid so he can leave the bus, but the bus driver wouldn't let him. Phidias kept acting purposefully stupid, saying, I don't understand what this guy's saying. I mean, obviously he's speaking in Japanese. And so the bus driver ended up calling the police on him, and Phidias...
This guy literally wasted his time. Not just wasted his time. He wasted the entire schedule of people waiting for this bus too. Like, you have to be so self-centered that think the entire world revolves around you to think that way.
Phidias was escorted to the police station. According to Phidias, though, the biggest tragedy wasn't him being almost detained in a foreign country. It was this.
They interrogated me and they took my phone away, so I couldn't film anything.
Come on, guys. Why are Japanese people so against content? I'm trying to make a living here. Like, come
Bullshit.
on. Now, for some reason, the police decided to let him go, probably thinking it's some dumb foreigner that just didn't know how to pay for the butt.
Oh yeah, like this is like one of the hardest thing in the world nowadays. Like police start to like act up. Yeah, like police start to like in Japan, like they start to like be much more like serious on this kind of things, because there's too many people like following their footsteps, just become a nuisance in like Japan. But even it is, they can't really touch them, because like how they operate and how the law works, the law and like a lot of stuff against foreigner, and then the law against like citizens is like a very very different thing. It's like imagine like you are a cosplayer in your country, you went to Japan, and then there's a stalkers trying to follow you. You go to the police stations and then like talk to the police that guy, you literally can point that guy like standing right in front of the door. Just say, that guy is a stalker that following me. They can't do jack shit about it because like imagine it's you, and then like they will just tell you that you are a foreigner. So unless actual physical like harassment happens, basically it's called too late, something happens, they can't do anything.
And so what was the first thing he decided to do? Maybe reflect, take a step back on how he could have been.
Even that guy like did something, like maybe just like grab that person's hand or something, and the police caught him. He basically would just get released like very fast because like not like just touch the hand, not a lot of things happen. It's not like actually sexual harassment happens. It's just grab the hand, so he can just leave after like get like taken by the police, and then like he can keep doing his stuff like next week or next day. Fastest is next day.
Been detained at any second there? No, it was to commit another crime. He took inspiration from his trip to the UK and thought to himself that he could pull the same thing in Japan by staying in the bathroom for the duration of the trip and not paying in the Japanese metro. But Japan isn't...
Okay, let's go back to a bit.
Him go, probably thinking it's some dumb foreigner that just didn't know how to pay for the bus. And so what was the first thing he decided to do? Maybe reflect, take a step back on how he could have been detained at any second there? No, it was to commit another crime. He took inspiration from his trip to the UK and thought to himself that he could pull the same thing in Japan by staying in the bathroom for the duration of the trip and not paying in the Japanese metro. But Japan isn't the UK. The police knew what he was up to and were waiting for him outside the bathroom as soon as he tried to get out, something that Phidias wasn't expecting. For some reason though, again, they let him go temporarily and he decided to run for it, losing them in the process and getting to the next metro before they could catch up to him. Again, I don't know how he got...
Yeah, I think he's like some sort of like main character in some like movie shit. Oh, no, I feel a bit woozy. Let me sit a bit. Run!
Got away with this, but it seemed like Japanese police were giving him way too much benefit of the doubt. Look at how smug this guy is. He's so happy he just committed a crime in a foreign country and got away with it. And he wasn't the only one. This is another YouTuber from this YouTuber squad doing the same exact thing. He wouldn't stop there though. To make matters worse, he snuck into a 5-star hotel and got to a buffet in which he ate food he hadn't paid for since he's not a guest and got away with it, okay? Again, taking advantage of Japanese hospitality and absolutely making a fool of himself while not even realizing it because he lacks all sense of self-awareness. Again, look at how smug he looks, how happy he is that he committed...
Again, this is the politicians in EU.
...a crime. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this happened barely 1 month after Johnny Somali had done his antics in Japan. People were already very fed up with YouTubers ruining foreigners' reputation in the name of content, and there he was.
Yeah, literally, I feel bad for Japan. I know why they have so many like anti-tourism place and anti-tourism like rule set in many different many stores. Like there are places that used to be like a hot tourist spot. Now is just banned tourisms. Like good place for actual good food, a place for like very like special delicacy and stuff. They literally ban all tourisms because people are just being horrible all over those places.
Doing it all over again. Moist Critical made a video talking about this, titled "Committing Crimes for YouTube Views is Crazy," and many other YouTubers talked about this as well, such as...
Now, around that time is YouTube. Nowadays TikTok. There's so many people does crime on TikTok and then just like post it out on there. Like it's literally posting evidence out. Like this is like crime in foreign country. TikTok one is the worst. It's literally commit crime in the local area and then like just like have you heard about like the guy that spray bug spray into produce like fruit stuff? Yeah, that dude actually got caught, and then now he's like, I think it's like on like there's so many crimes that he actually commit in his place. So he's kind of like have like around like 20-ish year. Is it 15-ish year or 20-ish years that like convicted all the crime he's convicted like add on together is like 15 to like 20-ish years into in jail. And halfway he kind of like in the court, like on the third day, or like no, not third day, sixth day on the court, like doing like they still like penalize him, like adding a lot more stacking, keep stacking, because he put all his video in his TikTok. His TikTok is basically just a barrage of evidence that all the crime he did. So they just have so much evidence they have to like take 6 days just to like keep taking a look at all the crime he does. And then at the sixth date, actually more than 6 days, at the sixth date, he actually tried to appeal to the judge that, yeah, I need to go back my house. I have like a dog I need to feed. It's already been 6 days. And like, can you let me go? The judge would be like, still have 50 crime to like look over. You pay a bond for this crime, but you still haven't paid for a bond for like the 50 crime that you still stack up to have. So no. Like, I'm imagining, like, if you really have a pet, don't try to do crime that you go to jail for. Like, gosh dang it. I really hope the pet actually like is real, and then like someone is taking care of the pet.
PewDiePie, abroad in Japan, you name it. People were so fed up with this, it was insane. This topic was getting so big that even Business Insider wrote about it. A YouTuber is getting dragged for saying he traveled across Japan for free by begging and hiding in train toilets to hitch free rides.
Yep.
At this point, it was getting way too big for Phidias to ignore like he usually does, so he apologized. But believe it or not, his apology was worse.
You know what? That's a saying, and not a saying, it's more like a sentence that we usually say this. Sorry, no police.
Than Logan Paul's apology.
I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
Instead of it being an apology video or anything that people can actually see, he just decided to comment this on the video itself, saying, "Hello, beautiful people. I apologize to the Japanese people if we made them feel bad. That was not our goal. From now on, I am going to make more research to the cultures we go to and try to prevent this from happening again. I love you all." Well, Phidias, I'm sure the 5 people who liked this comment genuinely understand your remorse because
I feel sad now. Let me take like how many people are here. There is 2 people here. Hi there. And Twitch, no one. Thank you. At least he got 5 likes. I got 4 likes. Come on, guys, add 1 more. Add 2 more. I need to win this.
truly, this is probably the first time I see someone with a controversy this big apologize with such a badly written comment. Google Translate from Greek to English would have written something better than this, okay? This is not even an exaggeration.
Hold on a little bit. I need to screenshot this. So when I need to make a VOD out of it. Yeah.
The apology was so bad that it added even more fuel to the fire, and YouTube actually issued a warning to Phidias and removed 5 of his videos that were too controversial.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, YouTube is so stupid. If you do one ASMR like video, you get a ban. This guy literally does crime, and then he got nothing. Just a warning.
Including the Japanese one and the one in the UK in which he sat in the luggage compartment of a bus. Japan then proceeded to investigate his train fare dodging, but it was a bit too late since he had already left the country. Look, over time, this novelty of this lunatic that was copying Mr. Beast's style was wearing off. His views that were once in the millions would gradually start to disappear, and his upload schedule would gradually become worse and worse. The Japan video and his complete lack of self-awareness in his other videos contributed to absolutely destroying his reputation. People just did not like him as much as they used to anymore. Not to mention that the people who helped legitimize him also cut contact with him after his many controversies. Things were looking very bad for Phidias. This is where he would turn his attention to his next endeavor. And it's something that no one could have ever seen coming. The European Union has its elections held every 5 years, and the next one was about to be in the summer of 2024. Now, every country in the European Union has seats in the European Parliament. The amount of seats is based on multiple factors, but Cyprus, being a part of the European Union, has 6 seats. Members of the European Parliament vote on laws that affect the entirety of the European Union. This is why it's fairly important to vote for people who you identify with, because they're not just going to influence your country, but the entirety of the European Union. Phidias would go back to Cyprus and create a YouTube channel by the name of Phidias Cyprus. He saw how much there was a disconnect between Cypriot citizens and their politicians, so he felt that it was a good opportunity to actually sit down and interview the candidates running for European Parliament. He made several podcasts with several different candidates, but eventually something clicked. All of a sudden, on April 2024, barely 2 months before the European Parliament elections, he got up on stage to announce his candidacy beside his father, who is a priest, and man, did the apple fall very far from the tree. Almost every politician in Cyprus...
Like I say again, like, this is very crazy. Do they not do background check when they, like, apply for this kind of things?
saw this as a joke because there has never been a person who won as an independent since Cyprus had joined the European Union. But regardless, he did it anyway. He wanted to bring something new and different for the voters because he was tired of politicians serving only their personal interests.
The irony.
This was yet another time in which he put his perseverance to the test, but thankfully without stalking anyone or committing any crimes. There were articles written about him. He was making waves because, typically, in Cyprus specifically, the European election sees a high level of voter absenteeism. For Cyprus in particular, barely half of the population even bothers voting. Seeing an influencer they recognized motivated more
Yeah, they should give it to me.
of them to actually vote during this election, even though he admitted that he knows nothing of politics, but ran anyway because he can't abide by the continued rules of nerds in Brussels. It's a great campaign story, you gotta admit, but in the end, it was effective. The votes were finally in for the European elections of 2024, and it turned out that one of the winners was Phidias. He was the first independent in history to have won in Cyprus, and the turnout was way higher than usual, almost 14 percentage points higher than the last European Parliament election. He
As Malaysians say, Walao!
was third in terms of votes and had secured one seat in the European Parliament, beating some political parties that have been established for decades. He, of course, in Phidias fashion, had to make a video about it immediately after and even had a wonderful sponsor for everyone to enjoy. It was official. Cyprus had elected a 24-year-old lunatic YouTuber to represent them in the European Parliament. It felt like a fever dream, but it was reality. The Tokyo Weekender says this election is both a symptom and a symbol of our times, and I tend to agree. We're going to be seeing this a lot more.
Man, the face. That's a really punchable face.
In the future. One of the first votes that Phidias was going to participate in is voting for the next president of the European Commission.
Yes, I also can
time
make face
Ursula
too.
von der Leyen. He decided to base his opinion on a Twitter poll. I'm not even kidding. He said, "Do you want me to vote for Ursula von der Leyen to remain as president of the European Commission? Whatever you say, I will do." And the majority said no, sitting at 121,000 votes. It didn't matter, since she ended up winning anyway and is now serving a second term, but it showed that his political career, much like his YouTube career, was going to be very unpredictable, and so far, that's exactly what's been happening. He made a TikTok highlighting how much a European Parliament member makes in terms of monthly income, but also in terms of extra allowances they receive. This video got millions of views because it highlighted that a European Parliament member receives over 60,000 euros a month in terms of both
60,000 euro. How much is a single euro in ringgit? Now here's the thing. I can survive with $400 with a lot of surplus, to be honest, a month. If I just literally have $100, I can survive for a month. Let's bring out a calculator. Euro to ringgit. 1 euro is 4.6 ringgit. So each month? Each month? Each month? Man, my allowance, my disabled allowance, even if I actually get a disabled allowance, is this much per month. And I'm not even disabled persons. And I employ due to my issues. So my dad gave me my allowance. This much. And this guy get this much? From just being a troll. The fuck?
Allowances for their team. This information is of course available on the European Parliament website, but let's be honest, who's going to actually bother coming here and reading all this? He received both European free and European Parliament member makes in terms of monthly income, but also in terms of extra allowances they receive. This video got millions of views because it highlighted that a European Parliament member receives over 60,000 euros a month in terms of both salary and allowances for their team. This information is of course available.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Like, here's the thing, like, Euro tax is pretty high on everything. On games, on almost everything. You guys already know, like, in the Euro market is like really clamped down, especially on the taxes. So all those taxes are actually going to his pocket.
On the European Parliament website, but let's be honest, who's going to actually bother coming here and reading all this? He received both praise and criticism for his transparency. And when I say criticism, I mean people were pissed that politicians were making this much money. But don't you dare think for a second that Phidias became a full-fledged serious politician. His need for drama and controversy to fuel him.
Yeah, he not just getting all those politician money, he's still doing TikTok and YouTube and stuff. I don't think the YouTube still exists, but so the TikTok stuff, he's still earning money from that.
His views was still present, evident in him causing drama with the vice president of the European Parliament. Phidias was saying that there are two ways to vote in the European Parliament, either by raising hands or by using the electronic system. He alleged that the vice president of the European Parliament was using the hand gestures on purpose so that he could direct the vote to the result he wanted, showing an example of him making a mistake thinking that the vote was no, and then him redoing it with the electronic votes and it showing that it's a yes. Obviously, the accusation is pretty big because it shows that he can just choose the vote he wants regardless of what the parliament thinks. This made the vice president of the European Parliament respond directly to Phidias, saying that the video is fake and stitched, all in the name of trying to prove a point that wasn't there, explaining that these were two votes stitched together and that both of them were checked electronically. Phidias then went ahead and made another video showing the raw unedited footage sped up and inviting the vice president of the European Parliament for a debate on his podcast, slowly but surely turning European Union politics into a reality TV show. Now imagine if you had more than one Phidias in the parliament. Yeah, the future looks bleak. This was only...
I say again, imagine all the Mr. Beast or all the TikTokers starting to become politicians. That would be hilariously scary.
one of many
Thankfully, I don't think Malaysia have that kind of issues. I hope.
controversies
I don't pay attention to Malaysia politics a lot, to be honest, because it's kind of a shit show.
of him as a politician. A group that represented missing persons in Cyprus went to Phidias hoping that he can give them a platform in the parliament. They said that the response they got was him mocking them. A group sure looks bleak.
What?
This was only one of many controversies of him as a politician. A group that represented missing persons in Cyprus went to Phidias hoping that he can give them a platform in the parliament. They said that the response they got was him mocking them, saying phrases such as, "You think highly of yourselves," or "I have an uncle who is missing, but I'm not doing that." He then made a response in Greek, but the replies were definitely not on his side, saying things like, "Shame on you, nothing else," "Shame," "Empathy is not saying 2 or 3 more words to people who are still hurting." He also made a video saying that the main problem in the European Union is that the left isn't talking to the right and that the right isn't talking to the left. But instead of actually making an argument about it, he quoted the foreign minister of Russia from an interview that he had with Tucker Carlson, okay, saying this: "Look, as a European Parliament member, doing this is actually insane. I don't think I need to explain to you why that is." The comments were also absolutely cooking him. It was yet another attempt at getting praised, but due to his lack of self-awareness, he only got cooked for it. Where does that leave us today? Well, Phidias wants to create his own party in the European Parliament. Yep, that's right. Jake Paul had Team 10. Mr. Beast has his own team, and Phidias wants to make his own team, but this time while controlling the lives of over 450 million people in the European Union. Whether that happens or not remains to be seen. For now, though, all we know is that he'll be a parliament member for the next 5 years. And I do wonder if by 20...
He's getting 60,000 euro for the next 5 years. 60,000 euro per month for the next 5 years. I repeat again, 60,000 euro for trolling in the parliament for the next 5 years.
In 2029, other YouTubers will get inspired by him and also run for the European elections. I sure as hell really hope that's not the case. Idiot YouTubers need to stay idiot YouTubers. Getting into politics and actually affecting lives of millions of people was never part of the plan, guys. Anyway, thank you so much for watching.
I have no words. Here's the thing, I didn't really pay attention to the video. I kind of like have this thing on while I was eating, so I didn't hear everything. Now I can listen to everything. I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. You know, we should watch this thing more, do this kind of stuff a little bit more. Yeah, it's like taking a break in between when I do drawing. Just have some fun. This is very fun. Knowing that the entire world is kind of doomed. Wow. Any more other ridiculous stuff? Actually, I did hear some ridiculous stuff, man, on the VTuber side. I don't know, I should show it. Maybe we should do a little bit much more chatting and then a little bit like drawing first before we do, you know, literally any other things. Alright, let's open back the musics. Have some fun. Have some fun time. Go back and have some fun times. Not being stressed about looking at all this kind of stuff. Okay? It's not stress. It's literally seeing a shit show work and then you know that you can't do anything about it. No one can do anything about it. It's not your issues. It's not everyone's issues. It's just feeling really shitty. It's like there are people who are legitly having issues in the world, and then there are this guy that getting like 60,000 per month. Trolling. Like literally, if you give me that money, I would not use all my money. I would literally use a certain amount until it's enough for me to pay off all my student loan and stuff, and then I'll pass that gosh dang money to all the friends I have with financial issues. Because I literally have like one friend that he have a similar issues, similar with iron mouse. Seriously. And then it's not that bad, thankfully. Even though it's kind of like the same thing, it's not that bad. But he's still like not in the best health state, and because he's kind of an orphan now, technically he still have a sister with him, but still, again, due to that, he still have to work. There's no, because that kind of like chronic disease is not actually disabilities, so he still have to work in his conditions. He's still trying to earn money from this condition. So again, like yeah, it sucks. While I know a lot of people who live a life more suck than mine, and then there's this dude, 60,000 euro per month for the next 5 years. This much money, I can live a good life for a solid 5 years. Each month that he get, a year worth of money he got is literally can set me for life. Not just set me for life, and then I can set my friends for life. Literally. Yeah, this is why sometimes you just believe the world is not fair. It's almost as if you have to be a crazy person to actually to be able to survive. Let me drop a little bit of this and then go back. Yes. Let's get the music back. Oh, now I know why. Let's change it back to speakers. Yeah, like it sucks. It sucks. Hearing all this thing is like, Yeah. Like I say, like, how did I even start this conversation? Yes, I'm just trying to, like, find conversation work. But, yeah, like, this kind of stuff really flabbergasted people. I'm still wondering, how does thing even happen? For me, actually, here's the thing, like, I'm very well aware I'm actually also a very privileged person. Imagine this. I have this ability that actually, in some sense, if I power through it, I can actually go and get a job. I can work. If I force myself to. I can have no life, but I can force myself to work, and I still can get some money, earning money through that way. I might not be the best worker in that place. I might be the most clumsiest person in all there. I might be struggling a lot, but I can work. But I'm more or less, in some sense, are actually using my disability, not disability at the same time, kind of use it as an excuse not to work. And I still manage to survive. You see, I have a good computers. I can do VTubing. I have the privilege to learn stuff. I have the privilege to like study art, this and that, yeah, that stuff, and then study engineering, and then I do quite a lot of things. Like even now, I'm not working. I'm still taking allowance from a past 60 years old dad. I am stupidly privileged and stupidly lucky. Anyone in my situation, they can't survive. This is why the doctors always ask me about my mentally. Am I good? I'm good because I'm surviving in such a good state of family. If any other people who have my issues, they're living alone, I could not imagine what would happen to him mentally. Being unemployed sucks. Like worst case scenario, I still can kind of like get myself a job. My brother is like he has his own business, so I can literally go in there and get free salary. I still need to work, of course. I'm not an asshole, but still, I'm going to be like the worst worker over there and then get a certain amount paid, the equal amount of people who also do a much more better job than me. I know I can do that, but I choose not to because I'm not a scumbag. And I'm also well aware of those kind of issues. So, like I say, again, I am a freaking ridiculously high privileged places, and I am very self-aware to understand that. This is why I am personally a very giving person. If I actually earn enough money to have spare, I would literally actually just give it out to my friends. Because I know way more people that I out-privilege so many of my friends. That if I actually legitimately earn enough money, just like enough money to survive, I would take out the rest of my money just to give it to my friend. But too bad I'm not like a famous, anything I do is like not that great. Like I abandoned one of my like greatest chance to be like famous, but yeah, even now I still kind of like punch myself for that. Again, like my YouTube thingy, my Facebook thingy, like around the time I actually do have a chance to get fame, and I choose not to, out of fear. Besides, I wouldn't know how that can like shape me. I don't know. I might become a scumbag too. But if I actually get like famous now and starting to be able to earn enough money now, I would definitely say like I will give those money to my friends or anyone who actually need. Not doing charity. I mean, legitly go find that person and help that person out. Because I know, in some sense, unless it's like research that can help a certain chronic disease, I feel like I should go in and help people who actually have trouble. Would be much more better. Because there's enough people giving money to the researchers, to be honest. And yeah, there's always like not enough money, of course. But if I actually got the money, I would rather like help the people around me rather than do some grand gestures just to, you know, feel better. Some people have a goal. Maybe they have the similar thing like Mouse. Like, she would try her best to like make people who have suffering the same thing just don't feel sucks for them anymore. And for me, I would not want people who are close to me also encountering like suckish issues too. That's just me in a nutshell. Most of my friends say I'm a good friend, but I'm not really sure because, again, I'm just doing it because I'm aware I'm in a better positions than them. You definitely can say like it's some sort of like selfish out of pity stuff. But I do want to help with all my heart. Yeah, but I can actually like we can actually like anyone that's just still in here, we can actually watch even more stuff because I literally every single time I do eating or like do something else with like free time, I always like watch all those kind of things. So it's not like I'm internet savvy or like know enough a lot of stuff, but more like because of that I know a lot of things. So I know a lot of like good video to watch, but I also know that I will enjoy it too because I may or may not didn't put a may or may not didn't put like a lot of like effort to like listen to it in the first place because I was like either doing some other things. It's just like background noise, but I have a very good ears, so I kind of like do listen to those things, pick up some things while I'm kind of like doing my things, but didn't really like fully pay attention to it. So when I do rewatch all those kind of things, I actually will also get surprised too, because like the detail stuff I might have missed it, or sometimes like some context too. So literally do this kind of like watching stuff. Yeah, we can do quite a lot more. And then people just join into my stream, they'd be looking at it. My time is like, if you guys didn't know, in my time, in Malaysia time, right now it's like around like 5 a.m. So anyone who is a Malaysian right now, they've woke up and then come and watch me now, they'd be like, holy shit, you're still streaming! What is it, Thon? And then I'm actually quite enjoying myself right now. Thanks to you, actually, Haley. I'm not blaming you, I didn't sleep. I just like, I already slept quite well yesterday. Ooh, I need a good toilet a little bit. We'll be back soon. Man, I'm doing so much work just on the hair. I think I need to, if I actually have to make the entire book out of like level 1 coloring page, it's going to be much more expensive than the hard one. The hard one is like very easy to make. The level 1 one is like hyper detail, so everything has become like, take even more time to actually make it. Let me go to the toilet first. Be back. I'm back. Let's take a look. Is my friend still streaming? Nope, none of my friends is streaming. I wonder like what things we can keep chatting about. Or I can just keep chatting about. Like seriously, I have no life, so I don't really have too much like exciting stuff to chat about, aside from like the stuff that's happening in the internet. Oops. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't get out of my house, and I rarely have time to hang out with my friends, like in real life anymore, due to my issues, and also like every one of my friends, they also have their own life. Some already like married, have kids. Some still like trying to like bust their ass out from work. Like those kind of things. Like everyone is poor in my like friend zone. So we don't really like have time or ability to like hang out a lot. We're still kind of like in contact. Like most of my friends is like the most interesting in my like life is just they are very interesting in my situations. It's basically they just like sometimes want to will give me a call and just know that I'm still alive or not. I told them a lot of time like my issues is not chronic disease. I can't die. That boredom maybe. If you guys really are worried about me, come to my house. We can just hang out. They'll be like, nah, I have this thing. Like, oh, I have that thing to do. Responsibility. The bane of my existence. Why? Because they held up the ability for me to hang out with my friends so much. You know what? If I actually are rich, I will pay for my friends to hang out with me. I don't mind. I'll be like, hey, want to play Monster Hunters together? Nah, the game is expensive. Don't worry, I've each and every one copy of Monster Hunters. And then I'll be like, alright, yes! Everyone can play together. And then I'll be like, hey, the new Dynasty War is out. Nah, it's an old game. We're not sure it's going to be good or not. We should just wait. Don't worry, I got money. Buy everyone a copy of Dynasty War. Yes, let's go and slay Lubu. Let's go and pursue Lubu. And then I'll be like, hey, everyone to play Project Zomboid together? Nah, we don't have time for everyone a copy of Project Zomboid. Yeah, I am that friend if I have money. For me, friendship is more important. And the time to hang out. If I have even more money, that's it. Nah, I got work to do. You know what? If you really don't like your job, you're just doing it for the sake of money, get an unpaid leave. I will pay you that day fee. How much you earn on that day, I will pay you. You can take an unpaid leave. It might sound like some very like frivolous like corrupt person. I guess like that can be my like evil moment. That is only my the way that I can become evil, I guess. I did talk about like maybe if like I become famous, like what kind of evil shit I do. That is like the insensitive like evil shit I can do. Just buy shit for my friends. We don't listen to their circumstances. They'd be like, nope. I know you love your job, but I want you to play game with me. Give you money. Wow, that is the worst way to like use the money for. Man, money is dangerous. Oops. Well, that is just how normal humans should respond. To be honest, I've been also like kind of like trying to save up as much money as possible to be able to buy Monster Hunter. While, because I love the franchise so much. I've been playing it like Monster Hunter 1 ever since I was a kid. And play almost all the Monster Hunter series so far. Don't worry, I'm not using this Don money to actually buy this. I actually know how to like earn money on my own. I already earn enough money to do that. Depends on like what type of gamer you are. Monster Hunter is not for everyone, I could say. They are trying to make it for everyone, but I still don't think it's for everyone. Oops. I keep using the wrong... patch layers. But yesterday's stream is actually like really bad. It's like my eyes is like really want to go to sleep. Now I'm just like really awake for some reasons. Like I say again, like the more I chat, actually more energy I have. It's a very weird thing I have. Okay, let's do a little bit like refreshing talk because I'm not sure like who's here, who is not here. I don't trust the algorithm stuff. So hi there everyone, my name is Kiray and I'm your host and your boy with the voice here to entertain you and may not have no idea what happened. Welcome to my day one donathon, where I will keep streaming for a very very long period amount of time, I guess. I'm not really sure. But it's my first donathon. And if anyone wants to know a little bit about what kind of donathon I'm doing, this is the donathon achievement that you guys can achieve as a communities to give me some money. I know it sounds ugly, but listen well. Listen to me. I'm an unemployed disabled person. Yes, I'm guilt tripping you right now. So yes, Anyone just give me like $5, I would already be appreciated. Why are people like guilt tripping people with their condition so easily, but I can't? I don't know. I feel like I'm doing something scummy for some reason, even though it's like legit reasons. I guess it's like, maybe it's because there's too many people use their illness to like try to get famous. There's too many. So when I also do the same shit, but the actual one, the legit one, I feel like I'm also scamming people. I know I'm not, but feels like I am. You know, once I finish my stream, I'm actually going to like walk close to my like restaurant area and then have my breakfast. What time is it now actually? 5 a.m. 5 a.m. So let's do maybe like 2 more hours stream. But yeah, like if you want to take a break, you want to like go to sleep or anything or do your things, just need to go. I'm not holding you back or anything. This stream is a dome song. It's going to be like a very long stream. I need to find another victim to like chat. Or you got a sacrifice you can provide to me. I was so happy to I was also happy to receive that sacrifice. Maybe I can have a talk about like personally, I actually really respect and like Projekt Melody a lot. Because she is just a very wholesome pervert, just want to like do whatever the heck she want, and she doesn't really like afraid of like how other people perceive her. Which is that generally is a very good thing. Because like I guess like you can definitely say like it's some things like of my type. If you're going to say like if I need to choose a girl friend that the personality like based on personalities, I would say like the kind that like they are true to themselves. Yeah, and those are the kind that I dig. Honest and truthful to themselves. This is why you can see like I draw lots of like usually like VTuber, female VTubers that I've been draw so far. You can see like if I go for like the big VTuber, I will always like gravitate toward like Ina, Doki, Melody, Zandrea. Like they all know who they are, and then they are very proud of it. And they don't hide like that particular part of themselves, like behind the scene or something like that. Just being truthful and being like being themselves. I say again. It's not like not all VTubers are not trying to be themselves. Everyone is trying to be themselves, but you know, like you always like have that certain part of yourself you always like hide in the public, because you know if it's like you know like that like this certain part of yourself is like exposed to public, you are going to either lose faces or like maybe you're afraid of like people just won't like you because of it. You know, like always afraid of public opinion in some sense. Well, certainly we showed you like freedom, give them like a lot of people try to be like that, but I won't say everyone is like it's not like I'm fan of all VShoujo. It's not like I'm also like have like a particular hated one in VShoujo too. It's more like the one I admire the most Well, two of them is like Melody is one of them, and Centrea is one of them too. You can kind of like say in a low-key way, Centrea is like the tomboy girls that like cool stuff. And I also like cool stuff. The things that we define as cool is actually the taste is almost quite identical. So if we actually become friends, I would things we would enjoy lots of things together. I am also a connoisseur of cool things. Yeah, it's generally like that, but if you guys already like know me long enough, you guys will already like seen enough of me, because I also, in some sense, I never really hide any part of myself. I am actually legitly every single time I would just try my best to become as genuine as possible, because I don't really like to like you know, like again, like how politicians like find a way to like divert attentions, or like try to like not answer it but not really answer it, or like just like evade the question, those kind of like things, like try to like mask themselves as much as possible for some certain advantage. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not smart enough to do those kind of things. I'm just the dumb person who just genuine on all his approach. Things didn't go well. Might be also become terrible. At least I can tell one thing. I'm just being myself. Might be a oopsie, and I am also not those kind of people who will not who will just like refuse to see that he did an oopsie and just power through it. No, if I did something wrong, I would actually legitimately just really genuinely apologize. I know actually, like, here's the thing. I am just if I review back when I was like on my teenage time, or like when I was technically not even teenage time, when I was like 14, 15, I'm actually mentally quite fucked up. Like, here's the thing, like, I understand degenerate stuff like a lot. There's a reason for it, because I am a super degen back in the days. But of course, super degen back in the days, when you kind of like roll back to nowadays, compared to my degenness and then the degenness of how people is, my super degen become a very tame degeneracy. But still at the end doesn't really excuse my actions that a creep. I really do not know how to communicate with girls. Even now, if a girl's I'm having like an open chat thingy like happening. If a girl's drop by and will talk to me, I would not know how to talk to girls. Maybe in text form, I kind of still can't hold myself, but because I never really interact with female a lot, I do not know how to interact with female. Almost to the point that I almost do not interact with female at all. And most of my female friends also say it that way. I somewhat more like, here's the thing, like girls would have like natural defenses, like sixth sense defenses. Like even all the friends that I have that is girls that told me that first time they met me or like talk to me, they feel like their like sixth sense like defense system is like flaring up. Until they know, like later on they know, oh, this guy's just dumb. He just doesn't have social cue. He just do not understand girls in the most stupidest way. But yeah, that's like me in a nutshell. And I do, in a sense, like back in the days, I do behave like a creep again. So I learned about that very early on when I was like in a teenage year. So I further avoid getting close to girls because I know I will become a creep. So that kind of like further worsened my ability to talk to girls. So later on in my uni days, and then like more people like approach me, this and that, yeah, this stuff. We chat, we have fun, we learn about each other's, and then like, yeah, that is like how I learned that I'm actually not. I'm actually quite a weird person when I get close to girls, but I'm a normal person when I'm just like with guys. And I learn a lot. They taught me how to behave like a proper human when I talk to girls. But yeah, it's basically I treat girls like how I treat guys. So sometimes some girls might feel a little bit, you know. It's like I treat everyone almost equally, but still, at the end, like it might weird people out. But I am also, in a sense, a very unhinged person. Because I'm a very genuine person, so when I become like an unhinged person, it's like they know that I really meant it. But not in dangerous stuff. It's just that I get carried away quite a lot, and I have to keep remind myself not to be carried away. Because due to my issues, it's really hard for me to control my emotions too. This is why like most of the characters I made is like a splitting part of me. One of him, Kiray is like the chiller, like the chill side or like the carefree side of me, but there's also like Flamer is actually based on the emotion side of me. Basically, he's just dumb and get bullied a lot. It's kind of me back in the days. Ooh, have I? Speaking about bully, have I actually like talked about the bully I have back in the days when I was like still in my teenage years studying? Don't worry, it's not like a very sad stuff. More or less, it's like the opposite. I feel sad for the guy that tried his best to bully me, but because I was too dumb to be aware of it, like all his effort kind of like went in vain, to be honest. Because here's the thing, some people would like feel so much like emotion towards such thing, even now they would still remember him. For me, I legitimately forgot his name. There are people like have so much resentment or anything like that. It's like I actually legitimately don't remember why he does it. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I don't. It's more like he's so much of a background character I really didn't pay attention to in almost my entire teenage years. Even though he tried his best to bully me, almost to the point that everyone like kind of like in the schools, they kind of like know me as that like what do they call it again? It's kind of like very offensive word in Cantonese. But how do I sound it in a way? But if I say in English, it's actually not that, you know. It's not that bad. But in Cantonese, it's actually like meaning is a little bit much more different. So it's actually pretty bad. Trying to think a word worse than retard. It's like a mixture of retard and autism. That is most of the people like impression of me in school. And there's also lots of people don't have that impression of me in school too, because I'm actually quite well known around in my school. It's just that guy for some reasons view me as a rival. I don't know why. Like maybe he just got too bored. He need like a lifelong enemy. And then he spent like his entire life just trying to like at first he tried to physically bully me, but here's the thing. I'm actually very well built. Even back in the days when I was younger, I'm actually so stupidly strong. I have no idea why, because I don't exercise. Now I kind of know why, but still. I'm already max height when I was like 12, so I'm actually stupidly tall around that time. Everyone is like a kid to me. So that guy just wants to like physically overpower me, but no. I was like, his thing, I was like in more or less was a quite well-known gangster school. So I fight a lot. You can kind of think like Kiray back then is a delinquent. Like an actual delinquent. Almost to a point that like is fight people with like chairs and table level kind of delinquent. Thankfully no bleeding. But to the much more powerful delinquent, I'm more functioning like the low level kind. Just most people won't mess with me because they know I'm crazy. But in all honesty, I'm actually the kind of guy that really don't like violence. It's just that, you know, gangster school. They was like trying to like prove themselves. They need to like fight the biggest guy. I'm the biggest guy in the school. In my class. Yeah, like very cliche. Super cliche. But again, like academically, I mean like the bully is like the guy who tried to bully me is like academically he tried to view me as a rival around like at some point. And then I simply just don't give a shit. And then he won. Basically, he win in like academic pursuit, I guess, because I just hand in blank paper when I don't like it. I'm those kind of person who like if I don't like the subject, I'll just hand in blank paper. It's like a habit, like a very bad habit. Don't try to copy me, okay? Some people might think it's a very cool thing to do, but no, I just have a weird personality, okay? And he viewed me as a English essay rival. For some reason, it's somewhat of a lame ass shit because like I was good in English around my time. Even now, you kind of like already know that if I'm not good in English, I would speak like this. But I can speak English like this, so a lot of people assume that I'm very good in English. So he also like think himself is academically super powerfully good in English. So he viewed me as academically rival, and then keep trying to like see like who will get the highest mark. For me, I'm those kind of person who don't give a shit. So at the last exam, it's basically I practically been the top of the class, and then like in the last exam, I just I don't feel like it, and then like I didn't really like write anything I want because like it comes to feelings. I always write essay. I always like when it comes to like essay essay stuff. There's always like they give you 3 type of topic. One is to write a formal stuff. It's like formal letter, speech, this and that, yada stuff, like those kind of things. And then the second choice is basically they give you a 1-word prompt, and then you write a story from that 1-word prompt. And another one is they basically create a beginning sentence or like the end sentence, and then they will like want you to continue the story or end the story with that sentence. So, none of it is what I want. I don't like the prompt they gave me. I don't like the beginning sentence they gave me. I don't like almost anything they gave me. I just went to sleep in the exam. I just randomly write something and then went to sleep in the exam. And then, of course, like his mark is like better than mine afterward. And then he'd be like, "Booyah!" And then afterward, because my mark is like visibly worse because I just don't feel like it around the time, so I had a lot of blank paper around the time too. So I get like a lower class, and the next year's like when they assign a newer class, I get like the lower rank class. It's more like the delinquent class, like the lost soul class, or you can kind of say the class that everyone just basically just even the teachers kind of gave up. So he would view me as like the kind of like the bugs that could not be seen. You know, the hubris kind of people that just put themselves like on a high pedestal to a point that like those kind of things. That is like how like the people in my like back then like in the delinquent class that I have in there, they explained to me like how he kind of like see that way. And basically he also like spread a lot of like slanderous claim on me to the point that even I go to like the upper class, they would view me like like people legitimately have those kind of reaction when they see me. They try to avoid me. I don't know what kind of like story is spread it, but later on I know why. Because this guy have zero creativity, to be honest. He can repeat the same ass story for 6 fucking years. Not 6, 5. I would say the dedication of him is admirable. But there is like one point he tried to like physically intimidate me, but yeah, let's say like he went back home with a black eyes. Technically not black eyes, it's bruised chest. Not chest, it's like shoulders. I went to the disciplinary office because of that too. It's like, I didn't even punch him that hard. He tried to push me, intimidate me. Like, he literally tried to do that thing. I just give like a light jab and then he got like a huge bruise over here. I didn't even punch. I just... Seriously, I really want to remember his name, but I can't really remember his name. I actually don't remember lots of stuff when I was like in my school days, in my teenage years. It's not like I live a horrible life. Like, I was spending quite a lot of time in the lower class. And yeah, I kind of become who I am because of that too. It's like, you know, a little bit rough persons, but also very non-hubris. Because here's the thing, we have a class system in our school. It's like you have the elite class, and then the Muslim elite class. Like, elite class got elite class 1, elite class 2, and then the Muslim elite class 1 and Muslim elite class 2, and then the A class, which is, you can say, like the above like the average but still kind of like slightly above average class, 1 to 5, and then B class is kind of like a little bit below average, but if the further you go down, the more like beyond help they are, like kind of class, like 1 to 7 or 8, I forgot, like B1 to 7. And then I'm in B5. Yeah, I went to B5. Basically, everyone is like, you can go to class, but there's no one. There's basically, it's like practically just like, there's supposed to be like 30 students in there, but you go in there, you will be just seeing like 10 to 12 students there, because everyone just like left the school to do God knows what they're doing. So yeah, it's like around those kind of times too. I was in there, the top of my class, because again, I went to that classes because I just like got lazy and then didn't write anything in my papers. So essentially, I'm actually at the above average class. I just, due to my behavior, I was like in the lower rank class. Yeah, later on, also because of me, like a lot more people like stay in class, because I kind of like teach them like a lot of things. A lot of people, like, I kind of like low-key rehabilitate them a lot, because I'm kind of like a very emotional person. Like I say again, like back then, you can kind of say, like, you know, like those kind of people like talk. Hey, we need to talk. Like halfway, like I'm those kind of persons. And then I would be the one who's crying while talking halfway. And then they'd be like, all right, I stay in class. And then like when they don't know anything, I teach them like class, like math and this and that other stuff. Lots of people at the lower rank, like hopeless class, I did help them enough. Like in the next years, they went to like, they did get like good grade, and then from like B6 class they went up to like B4, some even went to a B3, 2, and then there are a few legitly went to the elite class. And they like they literally like I still remember, like it's like there's like the day that they have to do speech, they actually literally brought me up. Yeah, it's like they basically tell everyone that just because of me they got an axe together. But still, again, like Yeah, now even talking about that, my eyes are a little bit teary. But around those time, I did get slightly good grade. It's like in my 14, I already like managed to get into like B2 grade, but I only managed to get to B2. The reason is I still have a very bad attitude. Like, you know, I do have rehabilitate, basically stick my nose into people's business a little bit too much sometimes, so I get into fight a lot. So, yeah, it's due to my behavior and also my randomness. Lots of people actually, kind of like, I always like at this like point that people like me a lot and those people who hate me a lot. It's always at the extreme left and the extreme right. There's no people like that I know. It's like kind of like me, me. Like there's not a lot of people like that. The most people I know is just like extremely just hate me to the core, or people who like me really well, that if somebody tried to do something to me, like the gang will appear. So it's like a delicate balance. Maybe sometimes I've been called a retard. I feel like maybe he kind of have a point because I am a very weird person. I am indeed a very weird person. But still at the end, like, let's talk about like that dude that just trying his best to like make people like just avoid me just from seeing the moment they notice me. Like I somehow like I say again, like we get segregated from the A and B class a lot. So much point that we almost never meet each other's, the A class and the B class people. And that guy went into the B class. It's like no, that guy went to the A class. Or it's like A4, A5, I forgot. But it's still kind of, well, in some sense, it's better than my class. So he's be like always like hubris. I don't know why. A lot of people in A class, I realize they are very highly hubris. I'm not kidding. Like, it's almost everyone is like super hubris until I joined into A class. Yes, I joined into A class. Around like, yeah, around when I was 16. 16 to 17. 16, 17, 18. So I was like joined to the A class, and then they learned that B class is actually not that hopeless because I brought up so many people from the B class to A class. So a lot of people got the hubris like knocked down a notch, and I think it's also like everyone like have this like very hubris behavior is also because like the school actually have a very bad like segregation systems on like the elite student and then like the smart student and then like for the dumb students, like those kind of things. So people will like feel a lot of like elitisms when they are like in the clearly different A and B class. And the vice school presidents, she's a bitch. I'm not kidding. She is a bitch. She will keep insulting all the low class people. Like put her up in a pedestal so high. Like here's the thing. She will always use the example on the B class is people that beyond help. And also keep saying that they will one day become the guy who will pick up your trash. That is how she taught people. So I kind of feels like no wonder people are behaving like that in A class. Because majority of her class in A class, she taught them. And our school president was never in the school to control her very hubris behavior is because she had a heart attack. And then she has been hospitalized for like the solid until I almost graduate, she's starting to surface back. It's that long. Plot of assassination classroom. No, it's not. It's like, why assassination classroom have this kind of inspirations? Because this thing legitly in Asia class, in Asian like school system, it happens almost consistently, almost in every school. Real life happens way closer to fictions, because fictions do come out from a reference and example. Where do you think the reference and example come from? Yeah, but I do find it weird they never really replaced the school presidents, because not president, principal. Yes, school principal. The school principal got a heart attack and never really like managed to be able to take care of the, after like she have a heart attack, like she never being able to take care of the school. And then the vice school principal is always like the one that took care of most of the school stuff. And in my opinion, like I say again, like she did a terrible job. Like how she taught people, how everything's is like, even now I still think she's a terrible teacher. She is a terrible teacher. Because when I went to A class, she become like one of the teachers that teach us in morality. Yes, she's the one that taught morality. And basically, she will always compare to people who got the lowest job, and always say the B class people will get all the lower job. And then, almost as if she was never grateful for anyone. It's like the people who like kind of like do like those kind of like, what again? It's like, if there's no people who pick up your trash, who is going to pick up your trash? Kind of things. Is like being like super hubris. Like her attitude is just like, ooh, infuriating sometimes. Also, 1 3 2 4 2 2 6 lol. Like, gosh dang it, like your name is blue is even harder for me to see actually. Why the face? Why cam and face? Yeah, cam and VTuber UI. Here's the thing. I do love becoming a VTuber, but also at the same times I originally was a streamer, so I kind of like fine with having my face on. And if people kind of like notice one thing, in this world there's something called a male VTuber debuff. Yeah, unless you have like a very sexy voice. It's really hard for like a male VTuber to actually get hit off. So everyone needs to have like a little bit of gimmick. I guess like having like a stand right behind me is a gimmick. So don't trust that guy that right behind me. Just treat him as a stand. I'm just a stand user. He's called voice actors. Yeah, speaking about like my school life, like a little bit like anime, kind of is actually. Because there's legit one days like we do like school gathering, they just start like talking about me. I was never really interested, but I was on the same table, so I kind of listened to their conversation. They kind of forgot I was there. Yeah, like also like Lopa, thank you for noticing me. There's lots of my friends that actually came into the stream, just chat with me, and then they didn't even know I was like behind my model. But yeah, like they have like a conversation about how anime I am due to my behavior and like my weird ass behavior and stuff. So here's the thing, because I have a bet with my science teachers that if I actually consistent get A plus, basically 90 point above, I don't have to do a single homework. And then the science teachers be like, yeah, you can do that. And then I score almost consistent straight A. So I never do a single homework. Yes, I almost never do a single homework in my entire school life. Even I do, I just not do it. Even I do been given a homework to do, I would never do it. It's like, what's the point if I already know what to do? So I'm those kind of people who never do homework. I will either hide my homework and then get discovered and get my ass whipped by my mom, or just flat out never do it. I have this core hatred of making homework. Got a lock in for a sec. Well, thank you very much there. But yeah, it's also because of that I behave even weirder around in the class, especially in science class. Yeah, I'm those kind of people who kind of like, if I'm not even sure I'm actually smart or not, but here's the thing. If I'm actually interested in the subject, I can get A. If I'm not interested in the subject, I legitly hand in blank paper. That is me in a nutshell. Around the time when I was teenagers, of course. Now I kind of like when I study engineer, I kind of like overburn my brain, so my neuron doesn't function that well anymore. When I say that, I mean like legitly. I was so into engineering back in the days. I almost keep staying up straight up every week, like stay up maybe a day or two just to work on like my projects, assignments and stuff. I legitly fainted from exhaustion like maybe 2-3 times already. First time is basically just I was too tired. I want to go, like after I finished like, some of my work, I decided to go to the toilet, and then next thing I know is like I was lying on the floor, and then I just woke up in the next morning. I just like went too tired, and then halfway walking, I just like, and none of my family knows because nobody comes to my room. And when the second times happen, I'll be like, oh shit, this is like damaging my health. I gotta stop studying engineering. And then I stopped studying engineering and I went to study 3D animations. I am making a coloring book while I'm having a good chat with people. I already make like a few things. Here's it. This is the first coloring book I made. This is Ina from Hololive. And then this is Doki Bird. This is another coloring book. Not coloring book, but coloring page. It's actually free. If you go to my Ko-Fi, you can kind of like get it. And I think my Ko-Fi has already been like spamming a shit tons of them. You can get this too for free. Currently, I'm making another one. I consider this one as like level 1, the easy one. And then this one is the level 3, the hardest one. This one is level 2, the medium one. Because like there's still lots of detail I added into it. It's just the pattern on the clothes I didn't put it in there. And as for Doki, literally zero like detail stuff is like added in there at all. So people have to like color themselves without any guide. And because it's such a hard difficulty, if I have all this thing gone, people might not know which is actually the clothes, which is actually the hair. Doki but hair is just way too complex, so I label her as the hardest difficulty that I made so far. This is level 3. And it's so hard, in fact, I have to like pre-color them so people can, when they download, they have like a picture to reference from. And this one is Projekt Melody. I'm still drawing because it's specialized like high on detail. So you can kind of already see like the hair, the eye, the nose, like most of the thing here is like really like amp up on the detail side. So when people can do like the coloring page, they would just pay attention to just color. They don't have to do too many things. Oh no! I reversed the thingy. Yeah, I can show it to you guys. Like the band behind her ears. You can see it's like this, going back. I'm from back going front. Gosh, I might have to like do some touch up again. This is what happened if you didn't pay attention. Oh, by the way, actually, I also an actual aspired voice actor too. So I do have lots of voice. If you want to play around with it, I can like do a few practice. Obviously, this is my default voice, and this is my deeper voice. It's actually more my diaphragm voice. So I actually can speak like this. I just generally don't. I have an acquaintance actually told me that this is my default voice actually, because my like the high pitch one, the one that I just used, he told me that my voice is weirdly cracked and kind of like I'm forcing my voice to like going for a higher pitch. I didn't even know. It's like until he taught me like how to use my diaphragm to speak and just relax my vocal cord, I kind of start talking like this. And then he told me that this is more or less my actual voice. I didn't even know. And then and then if I actually try to like make a much more deeper voice, this is the deeper voice that I can do. But it's much more harder to do, of course, and the volume is not that much, so I need to like stick really close to the mic to actually do it. And hello there. Yes, I can do like a 50s, maybe just 50 around those kind of age, and radio man voice. And yes, this sounds a little bit too loud for most people because like I should do this a little bit much more further distance. And if I add a little bit much more lo-fi kind of like filters behind it, I can actually do a very neat radio voice. And I can also become a very old man. Yes. No, I never learned it in my school. I just learned to become a voice actor recently. I actually sent in a few voice clips to different studio. Sadly, they did not reply to me. Maybe my voice range is not good enough for them. But I will try it as much as I can to get more opportunity to be able to flex my voice. And yes, I am not Voldemort. this is supposed to be like an old man voice, but every single time, people either call me Voldemort or Dumbledore. And I was like, both of them aren't even the same person. And yes, of course, I'm a Malaysian Chinese. I have this very Asian voice too. You technically can call it Uncle Rogers or Stephen He, because I can speak like this and bullshit. You see this shit? The moment I can have a conversation at Asian Uncle Kiray, and then this guy pop up and tell me I don't have viewer. You know how rude that thing is? I don't have viewer, you need me to bot the freaking viewer, right? This is one hang ass of jab to me. Well, Malaysians. Malaysians speaks like this, actually. Not all Malaysians, of course. Like, see, I can speak like this. But generally, quite a lot of Malaysians that is not really good with English, they kind of like speak like that. Uncle Roger did exaggerate it a little bit. And Stephen He one is I remember he's from China. So he have that like kind of like very heavy Asian English accents. As for Uncle Roger, he can actually speak like a very normal person, like this English. But he do know how to speak like a Malaysian, so he kind of like use that for comedic stuff. So like some people might misunderstand that all Malaysians kind of speak like that. Not all Malaysians speak like that, but there is a lot of Malaysians speak like that. And I have to fix this thing. Malaysia. And yes, this is like I've been streaming for the entire night at this point, but still, it's fine. It's fine. Because I'm doing a donathon. Oh yeah, I forgot to show this thing. Ooh, my opening, I totally forgot. Since you're here. Hello everyone, my name is Kiray and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. Welcome to my first donathon that I created. It's day 1. And obviously there's going to be a day 2 for this. Not sure when. Actually, it's tomorrow. Your tomorrow might not be my tomorrow. Really depends. Because, like, you know, time zone issues. And if you guys really want to know what kind of donathon, like, requirement I have, it's actually pretty easy. And you guys are seeing it right now. For $5, you will unlock the first donathon thingy. That is kind of the community effort. You get, like, 5 free art requests. Actually, every $50 added into the donations, this 5 I will add 5 more art requests. I forgot to add that thing back in. So like everyone, like each person can have 1 art request. So I can draw something like a very fast sketch, something like this one. Yeah, I can do like some very fast sketch like this one from the request that you guys earn from the $5. And then, of course, after you reach the 15s, you will be able to unlock the ability for the rest of my donathon stream that will be proceed to 3 days. If I didn't reach 400, I will kind of like extend it. Maybe like, I don't know, God longs how long. Really depends. Until I can reach like 400 within this month. And yeah, like if I get 15, like the rest of like this donathon, you guys will have the ability to write down a voice line for me to read, and I will read it for you. Something is like, you know, like the famous dating her, later on they eating me. Oh my god. Like those kind of voice line. Or you want to write something wrist line, and I also can do that too. I also can do those kind of voice line. Really depends. Like, long as those voice line is not like sus and yabai, then I kind of fine. It's like for like trolling. I guess like it's also fine for me to do it too. Really depends. And also like once you guys reach 25, I will kind of make one more free coloring pictures of your choice. Of course, like I'm going to like just draw Hololive member because like they allow you to do that, because when you kind of like somewhat earn money as a fan project, they kind of like let you have it. For most other people with like IP issues thingy, they would like roast the shit out of me, especially corporate ones. So yeah, the Hololive is like the next best thing I can have. Vtuber is also fine with that, so far I know. So yeah, so I only can let like Vtuber or like Hololive choice. Maybe I can draw Doobie or not sure Fillion, because Fillion model is actually someone else. So that is having some other IP issues too. Yeah, maybe a little like much more like higher profile, like VTuber. They don't mind this kind of things happens. Yeah, like Bao, Shy Lily, like they definitely are fine with it. So like if you guys want to choose those like VTuber, I'm also fine with it. But you guys have to like reach to like $25 in the first place. And there's of course the dirty one. The dirty one is actually just, you know, talk about lore and stuff. I actually have a lot more other characters like behind the scene, and like my lore is actually I'm a void that crossed to multiple dimensions. I accidentally destroyed the dimensions trying to talk to people, and I kind of got like, of course, like you guys got fixed back by another friends, and then I kind of got banned on third dimensions, so I now go to the second dimensions, which is 2D, which is why you guys are seeing me as a flat pictures. And the guy behind me actually is my voice actors. The reason why he's there is because like 2D language cannot really translate into 3D world, so I need a guy to help me do voicing and stuff. So again, just ignore this guy. He's just a little bit lonely, so he need like his face coming out too. But either way, yeah. So my law is basically I working in a studio that film anime. So yes, for us is filming, for you guys is animations. For us over there, we kind of like I'm the void that work with a bunch of living sentient anime characters, which they also have like lots of anime tropes and like and their own like anime lore with them. So yeah, once we reach that point, I can talk about like one of the crew member. Maybe like if I feel fancy, I can talk about all the crew member. Really depends. And obviously the $80, I would do exercise challenge, but I'm a half disabled, so like I can't really like do the heavy one. So I will pick the choice for you guys to choose. Okay. And I won't do it everything in one go, it's just do everything in between instead. And yeah, like on the hundreds, when it reached the hundreds mark, yeah, I will make a shot. I will make a shot about like my embarrassing time that is more or less like it's my younger days. It's like when I was like 14. Yeah, I was like, I have a crush with these girls, and then I basically at the end I just simp a little bit too much, and also fail to achieve what I want. So I'm going to put that story in, like the detail of the story in the shorts. It's not too much to talk about. Main thing is like I want to like lesson learned. Don't be the quote unquote nice guy. Because a lot of people like mistake the nice guy act as romantic, or the romantic act is actually like nice guy act. Both are very different. being romantic and being nice two are a very far side of the window. They are window, but one is the window from the north, one is the window from the east. It required a convoluted things to actually link them together. It's a very different kind of concept. So I need to at least like give like people some tiny advice if I really need to give people a lot of advice and stuff. Yeah. And then later on, add more free coloring page. And then I noticed a lot of people do like donathon. They always like have like the achievable like donation like thing, and then the almost impossible to achieve donation stuff. Like you can see like the 400 one is my goal. It's like a monthly goal for me. Is how should I say? In Malaysia, it's like the most minimum wage you can have. You work as like a government official, not government official, like government worker. So public worker. Yeah. I don't really like have a good word for it. I'm not actually very good at English. I just sound like I know I'm very good at English. Not exactly. So the most minimum wage that a public worker can have is 1,800 ringgit. But I remember they updated it because due to inflation and stuff. So maybe it's like 2,000 now. But still at the end, like 400 is like enough for me to live. And why I do this kind of things like mainly is because yeah, thank you very much. Either way, yes, let's get back to the point. Why I'm doing this is because I'm technically a disabled person. Why I say technically? Because like it's a very complex issue, my disability. The doctor like really reluctant to put me as a disabled, but technically some of the doctor also do admit I'm actually not well enough to be able, but also not well enough to be disabled. Yeah. It's kind of like in a situation I'm stuck in a limbo. If you don't know what kind of issues I have, it's called like AICA vestibular loop. It's basically the blood vessel in your ears is a little bit too long, and then it kind of like entangle with your ear nerve, so it does a lot of weird stuff. But also depends on like how badly the entanglement is. It will consider a disability if you start losing hearing. The problem is I don't really losing hearing, but it was entangling with my balancing. So it's really hard for me to control my hands and feet or stand still. This is why I kind of like keep swaying around when I would talk. I'm just trying to like go with the flow. Aside from that, yeah, and technically like disabled, but due to circumstances, I'm kind of not. So it's very hard for me to work, and I end up unemployed, but also at the same time disabled, but can't get any disabled benefit, sadly. So this is like some of the way that I can like at least try my best to earn some money. Yeah, this is like a very like sucky situations. Even the doctors are headache for me because they know that I'm kind of legit having issues. But the problem is they like on paper they can't really acknowledge I have issues. I can, but I would have a lot of typing mistake because imagine you have to manually control your hand. All the dexterous stuff is actually much more harder for me to do. Essentially, it's just that I'm much more clumsier than the clumsy persons. Yeah, that's the issues. I'm actually way more clumsy than clumsy persons. Because I lost quite a lot of my hand-eye coordinations. I still can do it if I have enough concentration, but that would be very taxing to me. It's basically if I need to do, even like right now I'm doing drawing, I spend a lot of time just standing here talking to you guys is because I need time to take a break. It's like if I focus my concentration too much, it's going to stress my body quite a lot. Imagine like walking is your second nature, but for me, walking I have to manually control my balancing because I cannot trust my balance. My ears is screwed, So it just keep telling me the wrong ass directions. It's like my body is like slowly leaning and twisting in some direction, form and directions. It's like, if you guys didn't know, it's something called vertigo or vertigo. Depends on your country pronunciations. It's like GIF and GIF. Like those kind of things happening. But again, like vertigo is basically or vertigo is basically a sensation of spinning. It's like Meniere's disease. Like your ears that govern your balance is like went out of whack. So you will feel like a sensation that your body is turning, but in reality you are not turning. And both my ears busted. Yeah, both my ears. I literally have like the... Yeah, this time I'm smart about this. When I talk about this, I literally have medical record about this thing. So yeah, it's like called... oh wait, this thing is like blocking me. Hold on a little bit, I try to remove this thing first. So, let me try to like show to you guys. Yeah. It's bilateral type 2 AICA vestibular looped. Yeah, I'm kind of like stuck in some very like shitty situations, but still at the end, like, it's a very mental taxing thing. I kind of got used to it because the doctor did tell me like the way I handle it is a little bit way too well for like a person who have this kind of issues. Yes, it does get worse over time unless I go for surgery. The surgery is also very expensive. Depends on like the entanglement you have. Like different people have different entanglement. I can literally like pull out a page to show it to you. Hold on a little bit. Not this one. I forgot which page I used to like show it to people. Yes, I literally have that thing prep up sometimes when I need to talk about it. Not this one. Is it this one? You know what? I can just literally start searching again. Hold on a little bit. So, this is inside of the ears. You can see like cochlea and this and that. Yeah, there's stuff I should search up the ears too so I can easily explain this. The yellow one is actually your nervous system. The red one is your blood vessel. So when I say my things that got entangled with them, it's like the entanglement looks like this. But here's the thing, why my condition is a very tricky situation when it comes to like being disabled, being not disabled? It because depends on the entanglement. Some people, like this is type 1, they have like long but not long enough that kind of like have so much like interruptions. They are people who literally are on type 3, which is the longest one. They literally aren't touching anything. They have like really long blood vessel already, but it didn't touch anything. So there are some people who are at the worst case scenario, but they have nothing happen to them. So it's a very RNG systems when it comes to like you have this kind of issues. This is why on paper this condition is not exactly a disability, because there are people who are literally type 3 or type 2 have no issues happen to them. So there are lots of people like have issues, there are lots of people also don't have issues. It's a very like random stuff, and also depends on the entanglement. Some people would lose hearing, some like worst case scenario, some people would slowly lose hearing because of it. Some people like me just have vertigo and then like ringing in the ears, permanent ringing in the ears. And I have like vertigo, but never really is like strong enough to feel like my entire body is spinning. It's just like, imagine like you're playing a game, you have like your control have some issues, and then just slowly move to the left. For me, it's that. But even that alone enough can knock you out of balance if you just not pay attention enough. This is like the weirdest kind of like medical situations that happening to a person can have. In some sense, it's like it can consider as a yeah, it's a very complex thing. It's like you can have this condition and nothing happened to you, or you can have this condition and have the worst stuff that happens to you. They can fix it by cutting the blood vessel and then like basically shorten it and tighten it up, or literally just use a hook to hook away, just untangle your blood vessel with the nerve system. Of course it has its risk, because especially when the thing is like entangled and touching your like ear nerve, there's a chance they, instead of fixing it, they might make it worse and just deafen you, or like you lose a certain percentage of hearing. For me, both of my ears have it, and the doctor just say I might born with this. This is why I weirdly able to like handle myself that well. And let me go to this pictures. Hold on. Open image, new tab. So basically easier to see is like this. Type 1 is this length, type 2 is this length, type 3 is literally in there. So you can kind of like imagine like type 3 is literally like stuck in there, but sometimes type 3 can literally miss the entire thing. They're not touching the nerve system at all. And this kind of like surgery, ear organ is something that really small. If you kind of like already see a person's face, you just look at your own mirror, you already know like your ears is actually not really that big, and then the organ inside it is this tiny. So the nerve line is this tiny. So it's affecting in like a very small scale. And when they have to like do a lot of like surgery, it have like a high skill ceiling when they actually have to do it, and they are really reluctant to do any of this shit because they are reluctant to diagnose these issues. They are very reluctant to even like try to like take care of these issues because it's a nothing burger, high resource nothing burger. There's a lot of people who actually have some issues, but they can power through it for their entire life. Depends on how bad it is. Mine is actually pretty bad, like on the vertical thingy, because sometimes like it really interrupt my thinking and like my trains of thoughts a lot of times. And now it's kind of okay, but like way before the stream, I actually keep forgetting what I was talking about because the vertigo kind of like hit me. But either way, it's like around those kind of things like keep happening to me. So it makes me really difficult to work with. It's hard for me to keep up working with people. And if I don't let people know I have issues, that I'm just a very clumsy person. And a very forgetful and very clumsy person. If I actually like let people know about it, it sounds like I'm just using my condition as like a excuse to be bad at stuff. But legitly, like it become like a very bad social issues in some sense. So it takes a lot of money to fix this thing if it's like you start losing hearing. And that kind of method is like, again, like until it's bad enough that you start losing hearing, then you can do the surgery. If it's not losing hearing, you don't actually need it in that sense. So like I say again, I'm kind of like stuck in the situations. I'm not bad enough. It's bad, but not bad enough to be paid attention to. In fact, it have almost identical symptoms with a person who have Meniere disease. And also because of that, a lot of people with AICA kind of like do get misdiagnosed with Meniere disease, and taking Meniere disease like medication actually worsen the AICA. Like around the time they don't know I have it, and then like they keep insisting either I have Meniere disease or I just like, you know, I just pretend to have like issues, or like I just think myself have lots of like, you know, like small issues. Like like people like that exist. They keep thinking they're sick or something. So they thought I was like that. So they just prescribe me those medications a lot, and then like say, every single time I go for the appointment, they'll be like, "Does the medication work?" No. All right, heavier dose. Does it work? No. All right, heavier dose. Keep giving heavier dose. I think like my current situation right now is like on the type 2. I think it's also because I've been taking the Meniere disease medication a little bit too much. It kind of worsened my situations, because again, like how Meniere disease works is basically, let me try to like open up the thing. This is going to become a medical 101 for some reasons. I've been visiting the doctors for about my issues for like 5 years ish, so I kind of like know a little bit way too much. So yeah, let me go to here. You can kind of like see this thing. Let's open this thing up in the new page. Let's find like a good pictures. This one is a good pictures. Open link in new tab. This one, open link in new tab. So you kind of can see this. This is our ears. Oh, that tapping actually did quite a lot of damage to me. But still, so this is our ears, this is eardrum, and then this is cochlea, which kind of like when we hear something, it travels to here, kind of like dampen the vibrations, so our head won't like vibrate a lot when we're hearing stuff. But of course, if you go to like metal concert, you will still feel the vibrations. And then this tree loop here, this like very thin strand of loop, is the thing that control your balance. Meniere disease is actually inside this like loopy thingy. Is like water is actually inside there. The kind of like prevent like inside the hair, like you can see like this follicle like hair inside is like kind of like detect which directions your head is actually in. Sorry, went haywire a little bit. I swung my head a little too much, but still, yeah. So it's like if your head is like this or like this, you kind of like feel. How do you innately know that your head is like leaning toward this direction, leaning toward that direction? It's because that this kind of hair follicle is like, have you drank something like there's something like floating on top of it? You try to move it, no matter how you try to move it, it's kind of like stay in the middle. Even you try to spin it, it's still kind of stay in the middle, like very still. Yes, that is like how our inside of our ears work, on like how we control balance. So those things are inside are doing the same thing. But the problem is Meniere disease is like inside, the water inside is a little bit too much. Because we have the ability to kind of like recycle, don't want to let the water inside our ears like, you know, like stagnant water to become, so it kind of like keep recycling the water. When you get old enough, or like you have some medical issues, or like you have some, you eat a little bit too much salt and then drink a little bit too much water afterward, you have a little bit too much water in there. And then it kind of like, the water pressure kind of like start to press on this nerve, and for one, it kind of damaging the nerve, and then for second, it's kind of like ruining your ability to read. It's like you stuck a finger into like that water that you see like the floating thing. It kind of like move to other directions, and then you keep your fingers like permanently in that tea. So it's kind of like permanently move to a direction. So you will always feel like you permanently feel like your entire world is like spinning. It takes ages for it to adjust. Some people like have like full on spinning for a solid maybe 2-3 hours. Some people like 4 days. Some people like maybe like 4 weeks. Really, that is like worst case scenario for a person who have a Meniere's disease. For me, I kind of like always 24/7, but it's not as bad as like what I said. It's like you kind of like already at the verge of recovering, but you never recovered. Mine is like that. For other people who have Meniere's disease, who legitimately have very bad vertigo, it's like this. For me, it's like this. But still enough to interrupt your thoughts, train of thought, and a lot of like other stuff. So you become like really difficult to like function properly most of the time. But there's a medication to actually able to help it for Meniere's disease if you don't want to spin for an entire day. For me, my surgery thingy, I don't think even if I wanted to, the doctor won't allow to. Like again, like that thing is like a little bit like on the like emergency situations, only for emergency. It's not like some things that you can easily ask for. Maybe if I go to a private hospital, I can, but I don't have insurance. So if I have to like shell out every single penny I have, it's going to be very expensive for both my ears. Imagine it's like something is that 100k each ear, so it's like 200k. So it's like a very expensive, redundant thing. And then here's the thing, it might not help. There are people who swear it actually like helps you, but there are also people who say like it didn't do anything. Because like here's the thing, I stuck in a situation because I was born with this, so my brain kind of like permanently wired to adjust from my situations. It's just that I'm starting to get older. I'm 30 years old right now. I'm starting to get older, and then my body slowly are incapable to like handle my conditions. That's the issues. And even I go and do a surgery and fixed it, it's kind of already also, hi there Eternal. If I kind of like go and have surgery to fix my ears, it might not help me, because there are some things is like already permanently like, imagine like a human brain have a default systems. My default system already like run off. If I need to readjust again, it might be a little bit hard to do it. It's not like impossible. It can be done, but it will take time. It might take few years, it might take forever, it might take tiny bit, maybe like 2 days. I got used to it. It's a very random things. So you might waste like 200k and it's still never recovered. Even right now, I already start having a little bit spinny since I shift my head a little bit too much. But yeah, like this kind of things like does happens. And Meniere's disease is like the inside fluid is a little bit too much. You can already see like this is like bloated up. This is not the bloated up versions. So they give you a medications that kind of like expand, open up your blood vessel. Yes, open up your blood vessel to improve the water regulation so it go back to normal like this. But the problem is, like I say again, my issues is literally my blood vessel too long. So opening up my blood vessel is not a good thing. So it's kind of like further worsened my issues for the AICA vestibular loop. And I can actually search about like the AICA. Sorry, it's a little bit hard for me to type right now. Let's see. I just flung my head a little bit. My hand is already start shaking. So blue collar work is not something that I can do anymore. White collar work, like just doing office work, this and that, yeah, this stuff, I also cannot do it anymore because here's the thing. My vertigo gave me double visions, and I've been forced using my eyes for a very long time without knowing because I got a misconception what double vision is. Thank you, Hollywood movie. Now, one of my eyes, this one, is slowly going blind right now. But it's not blind in a way that, like, you know, like retina, like ruptures, that kind of physical thing. It's not anything physical. It's just my eyes stress so much. Imagine like your eyeball keep wanting to look to the left. You're just refocusing, like force focusing your eyes, keep looking in front. So it kind of stressed out my eyeball so much. When the doctors, like, I talk about my eyes, they took me to the eye doctors and then like go to take a look inside my eyeball. First thing they ask me is like my age, and as around that time is like I'm saying like I'm 29, and they say like weird. The inside of my eyes looks like literally a like 80 years old man. So my eye already been worn down so much that it's kind of already like have a lot of old people issues. So my eye sometimes unable to focus, like very tired, like those kind of things, like when you're already tired, like you really can't focus your eye. But for me, it happens to me time to time. And my right eye right now, the upper right corner is like having this like black dot, and then the edge of this vision is like having like a vignette right now. So I'm essentially slowly going blind, but not because of medical issues. I'm slowly going blind because it's getting old. My eyes is getting old. So it's not actual blindness. So it can't consider as blindness. It's just old people issues. So I can't, like, no matter in what kind of situation I am, like, when I say one of my eyes is slowly going blind, and then like my friend told me like has been like hearing me bitch about my condition for ages, and then be like, oh great, you can finally go and register as disabled, right? I didn't ask the doctors about this kind of things. They say no, because do you see old people being disabled? They just get old people benefit. They're not actually registered as disabled persons. So my issues aren't disabilities. And my age on paper, I'm young as heck. So like a part of my body old doesn't mean a thing for them. So it's still, again, I'm technically a disabled, like on view on like, all the symptoms I have, but on paper I'm not. And this eye blindness, it's not exactly say it's going blind. It's like even the doctors say like old people have all these issues. They aren't going blind yet. They just have trouble seeing. So it's not actually blind. It's just I have trouble seeing shit. But here's the thing: if I keep work out my eyes really badly, like keep like focusing, drawing, doing this and that, like do office work, and keep looking at screen that too much. Even now, I'm just looking at the wall most of the time. It's just like at this point, like I cannot be a disabled person. So in a way, I get zero like disabled benefit, and then I get, due to my issues, I can't really go for a job and just to like work until I just like shattered into pieces. So yeah, like now I'm kind of stuck in a situation that is like kind of like I'm not really sure like what should I say, because here's the thing, my hands still moved. I still can talk. I still can like do movement. I still can walk. I still can stand. It's not like I'm full on disabled. I can't function. Technically, I can function, but enough for me to lift. But not enough for me to work that well. So I know in this world there are way more people are worse than me. Like you look at Iron Mouse, you already know like she got it worse than me. Technically, we are kind of stuck in the same situations. The healthcare system kind of fucked you. And stuck in the home. Yes, I'm stuck in my home. I cannot go out. Here's the thing. My condition is because my blood vessel is like literally connecting to my nerve right now. If I walk a little bit too hard, if I stomp on the ground or like I go down with my heel, imagine like you're holding your pee for way too long. Each and every step you walk, you feel the vibration inside your body. That is me when I walk too hard. So I kind of walk with tippy toe almost like every single time of my life. So much to the point I didn't even aware of it until my friend keep telling me, even my family, stop scaring the crap out of them because I walk without any sound. And then I realized that, okay, I'll try to walk normal. When I try to walk normal, I can't orientate myself that well because if I land my feet enough force to leave a sound, each step I get tiny disorientated. But I almost give my mom heart attack every single day. So I really need to try to sometimes make some sound. I might have to wear some belt on my leg at this point, but yeah, my situation is weird. Like this is the most weirdest situations. Every single friend that I know that kind of like acquaintance that study like medical stuff, they already say like, yes, my condition is like almost the most unique condition in the world, because like there's lots of people have my kind of conditions. They aren't that worse because they also know because my other the doctors that I've been like going to, they kind of notice AICA is not the only thing I have. Actually, I have so many tiny debuff. Not actually like worse kind of thing, it's like minor nuisance stuff. Like I have a very like, I won't say stuffy nose, it's like really bad like nose allergy, like inside that I actually hardly can breathe. So the lack of oxygen also like contribute one of the things too. I need to breathe with my mouth. You can hear it. The inside is actually pretty clogged to the point that I need to use like lots of like nasal spray just to keep it open. And aside from that, like I told you, like the inside, the internal balancing system already like went off the grid, and I have something called a movement functioning. I forgot what they call it. I think it's like called movement functioning disorder. It's basically your body lost your autocorrect system, like your default setting is off. So my body would sometimes walk for a bit and then my body would just flinch because it's just like you suddenly felt like you are falling, like those kind of like flinch. That kind of things happens to me. So when I walk, sometimes I would just go off a bit and then go back to aligning myself again, off a bit, align myself again. This one, actually, I kind of fixed it because the doctor did, like, it's kind of a fixable thing, like I say. When your default setting is off, all you need to do is just a good enough exercise and good enough practice walking. You will fix it back. The problem is my issues is kind of like my ears issues is permanent. So even I manage to fix it, it's going to come back sooner or later. So I'm just like depends on my luck, to be honest. If I like have like one day I have venereal disease and there's like AICA happening all the same time, yes, it can happen at the same time. I did mention like how horrible like venereal disease can be than what I have. Mine is like a permanent small vertigo. Venereal disease is like a period amount of time you will have like very severe, very bad vertigo. And this two thing can stack. And doctor did say I have potential to have venereal disease too. Because like it does seems that in some period of amount of time I do have to sign for it. But basically like venereal disease is also old people issues, so eventually everyone will more or less have it in a certain level. So I'm pretty much fucked. This is why like older people are getting disease much more easily, because of like the venereal disease is going to guarantee almost have it once you get old enough. Your basically body like internal organ like have trouble like to regulate the water inside your body, so it will like eventually happens. For me now, my body is so stressed to the point it's like internally is getting older, so the chance of me having venereal disease early on is actually pretty high. And this thing can stack with my AICA venereal disease, so it's kind of like double whammy. Imagine like one dizziness is not enough, you stack twice amount of dizziness into it. So yeah, but still again, it's not disabilities. Being dizzy is not a disabilities, sadly. Like imagine you stand in line. There are people missing a leg, there are people missing fingers, there are people missing an eye, there are people literally just blind, there are people who's deaf, and then I go lined up with them. They all have a legit reason to become disabled, and then they ask me like I'm the last person in the line, and then like, what do you have? We only got limited like resources to give like 100 people. Here got 1,000 people. And then what is your issues? I'm dizzy. This is... When I sound it that way, does it sound really bad? Yes, it is. So, I did, like, at one point ask my doctors, like, can you register me as a disabled, like, OKU or, like, in Malaysia, it's, like, disability thing. So I asked them, can I, like, at least register as one? The face he gave me, like... Yeah, that's the face he gave me. Because this condition is like very infamously let people like kind of like think a little bit too much. But for me, like the doctor did check. I went to 2 different hospitals because the first hospital did their job so badly, they keep refusing to do an MRI scan on me, because obviously public hospital MRI scan is for like much more like severe people. It's like literally either they are in serious case, emergency case, or dying. So having a guy who's just say like, I'm dizzy, like go for MRIs is practically impossible. And then they keep insisting I kind of, you know, have like too much thought about it. I think a little bit too much about it, so I got this kind of like pretending issues, or like I maybe just have a venereal disease kind of thing, so they refuse to go for MRI. And I keep saying I have issues. I have trouble sleeping, I have trouble this, I have trouble that, like lots of issues. And they just kicked me to another hospital that do physiotherapy. They say they have the machine to test vertigo, see do you have vertigo or not, and like this and that, yeah, that stuff. So far, I passed a lot of tests that I might not have any issues, until like some of the tests that is very hyper specific, they found out I actually have some problem. It's just that I'm so good at, like their conclusion is actually I'm so good at adapting to my situations. I seems like I don't have issues, but underlying I actually have a lot of issues. So they urged them to actually do an MRI on me, and then they finally did an MRI on me. This is where this like paper come from. It's a report about my MRI. And finally, they acknowledge that, oh, this guy really have some issues there. The raddest shit in the world. Yeah, my life. That's my life. But funny thing is, like, the first hospital still kind of refused to acknowledge I have issues because of this. They still acknowledge that maybe I have some phobia or like some sort of like mental issues that make my condition as bad as this right now. Kind of is, to be honest. I got a feeling maybe like it's a mixture of both. Because at this point, who won't get stressed? Like heck, this thing is blood vessel issues. The more stressed you are, the worse my condition is going to get, because like heart pumping more, blood flowing faster. Imagine like there's the tube that touching your nervous system that just keep pulsing. You can just feel everything there. Long as my blood is flowing, my heart is pulsing, I can feel it. I will always have issues. It's some things that cannot change. Hi there, Dan! Talking about my thing again. It's going to bore the shit out of you, so you can just leave. But yeah, this is a bit much more detail and nuance, I guess. And also, anyone who just managed to join in here, hello there, everyone. My name is Kiray, and I am your sorry, a little bit spinny. So, what was I doing again? Ah, yes, I was doing introductions. Ooh. Sorry, what was I again? Sorry, like I say again, like my train of thought is very easy to get broke because I need a little concentration. Alright. Yeah. Hello everyone, my name is Kiray, and I'm your host and your voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. And welcome to my first donathon, which I have lots of like things that is for you guys to achieve and do a little bit this, a little bit that. $5, $15, $25, $30, $50, blah 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 blah. And an achievable $2,000. So I don't think I will get that much money at all. But again, hi there everyone. I'm a guy with lots of medical issues, but not actually disabled. And here's the thing, the worst thing that happens to me right now is my medical issues do not kill me. It's just a very, very annoying thing. Because it doesn't kill me, none of the doctors actually put my condition as a priority issue at all. So if I go to the hospital for another appointment again, I go see them, they would just looking at me, they'd be like, ah, it's that guy again. It's that guy with lots of like tiny issues. Like the thing is, even like, again, like I have two different hospitals. Hospital B is like the physiotherapy hospital. They already acknowledge I have a lot of issues. And then the hospital A, that kind of like first take me in, they still kind of like insist I have mental issues. Maybe underlying there's some in there, but I do have physical issues. They keep trying their best to like just not seeing it, because I'm not sure that embarrassed about it or like anything about it, because like all my condition is just like that annoying to deal with. They just don't want to deal with it because you can't really help it. There's no medication to help it aside from like a very risky surgery. And it's freaking expensive one. So they just don't really want to bother about my conditions. But I'm not really in a sense like bad enough to be a disabled. So I kind of like stuck in a very like weird ass situations that I cannot get any help at all. All I can do is just help myself. do art commissions, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Now one of my eyes is like slowly going blind, and it'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna stop doing art commissions. And if I want to go blind, I go blind on my own term. Like, I'm starting to make my own coloring book and stuff, but first I need to do a lot of practice. So right now I'm doing like, this is Projekt Melody. I'm doing like coloring page. I'm trying to do a little bit like selling it if I can, but of course this is just testing version, so I'm not actually selling them. I'm giving this for free for lots of people. If you guys didn't know, I do have a, let me bring this thing up first. I do have a Ko-Fi page, and then I do put them free over here. This is the level 3 one. If you guys really want to like get it, all the file, the PNG, the background, this and that, other stuff, all the digital stuff and jazz, you might see like you need to pay. I just put it in there if people want to do like extra donations and stuff. They feel free, like they appreciate what I did. They want to pay some money, it's fine. But if you really like, I'm not guilt tripping you. Just the fact is like thing that like, if people like do not have the ability to pay but they still want to do coloring, is fine. I'm literally just giving this out to people. So you guys can literally just do this and press 0 and get it now. You guys can get it for free. The reason I'm actually using Ko-Fi, there's a underlying reasons for it, is just I don't really want to find a way to like give people like the version that have like some certain level of compression in it. What I learned from this is like Ko-Fi don't really have a compression systems that give you this file, so I kind of like feel fine for like giving you guys this thing using Ko-Fi. Yeah, so back to the things that I'm talking about. It's just, yeah, overall my situation is just pretty shitty. Also, hi to Taco. Did I say hi already? Because like my brain is like a little bit like woozy right now. Everything is a little bit spinny. I still want to draw, but I think I already hit my limit. Why am I a void? Good questions. Why my characters have so much spiky hair is because I love Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy stuff. So spiky hair kind of like remains there. It's kind of like, I'm also from like 2010 kind of like anime protagonist kind of like design. And again, Kingdom Hearts, darkness. But I don't want to like infringe on the word darkness too much, so I just like change it into void. So I actually have my character, like I can show you guys the character sheet. Hold on a little bit. So yeah, you can kind of see like the face is actually a makeup. The real face is this. It's going to scare the crap out of kids. So like they put a makeup on this cactus just to prevent it. Prevent him to look really, really, really scary. And by the way, if you guys see like a guy behind me, just ignore him. He's actually my stan. So it's my stan ability to have like a guy lip syncing behind me. He's called voice actor. My stan ability. He just like being a translator for me, and then because 2D language doesn't really translate well to 3D, so I have a guy to do this for me. I never been able to speak Malay. That's the thing. I'm actually very bad at Malay. I almost failed my classes for Malay. I get the D. So I have to do like extra study when I go to universities. Good thing the stabilizations that tag from like Clip Studio helped me a lot. Like I literally put stabilization in like 75, else like it's going to be like a very shaky line. What's in the name of the void? A void is void. Void means nothing. It's basically a gap between space and stuff. So, it's something like this. Hold on a little bit. I'll let Doctor Who explain what void is. Okay? Let me mute the thingy.
Nothing. It is absent.
Well, Doctor?
This is a void ship.
And what is that?
Well, it's impossible for starters. I always thought it was just a theory, but... It's a vessel designed to exist outside time and space. Traveling through the void.
And what's the void?
The space between dimensions. There's all sorts of realities around us, different dimensions, billions of parallel universes all stacked up against each other. The void is the space in between, containing absolutely nothing. Can you imagine that? Nothing. No light, no dark, no up, no down, no life, no time, without end. My people called it the void, the Eternals call it the howling. But some people call it hell.
Upsets people because it gives off nothing. It is...
Yep, this is the void. And also thank you, Taco, for being the first person on the first day of what I held for my thingy. My Donathon. Thank you very much. And as you guys can already see, there's $10 in there. I'll let you guys take a look at this. Right now, you guys can request a artwork, 5 free artwork from me. Technically, of course, it's not going to be this qualities. It's going to be this qualities. Yeah, a little bit much more fast and loose kind of drawing. Oh, you mean like using the stream element systems? It's actually pretty easy. But the problem is just you have to use PayPal, and then by the time it reach me, the $10 may be just going to become like $7. Because PayPal. F you, PayPal. I did pin it on the Twitch side too, right? Let me take a look. Oh, I forgot to pin it. Oh, not that I forgot to pin it. It's like it's the thing unpin itself. Because there's a timer in there. But yeah, like this is like what you guys can get from like paying me money. Not peeing me money, like paying me money. From a donation. So again, like you guys can draw, request one thing to draw. Each person get one things for 5 times. So anyone who is here right now, you guys can sort of like request some things for me to draw. If you guys want. Or you guys want to save it for other people to draw, to request for it. Yeah, since you are the one who donate first, I'm going to let you keep one. So just going to like I will reserve like one drawing for you. Don't worry, you don't have to think about it now. You can DM me like in the future since you already know me. Technically, it does function that way. Like you read closely, it's like one person get one request limit. So it's basically you unlock it for everyone. That is like how Donathon works, right? It's like a community effort. Everyone like pay for like have one thing happen. That is how I did the setup actually. This is my first time doing like Donathon stuff. Actually, there's also like a setting that I forgot to add it in there. It's a thing that let me go back here. Is it in here? Was it this? Nope, not this. Yeah, I kind of lost that thing. Oh no. Aha! So there's this particular part. Oh, this thing's blocking. Hold on a little bit. Every $50 that I will add 5 more like free drawing requests. So it's easy. I guess I should just show you guys this one's easier for you guys to see. So yeah, like all these things is happening here, and then there's a 5 more mark that you guys can do like voice line. Give voice line to me, and then I can do voice line for other people. Also, thank you very much for staying with me, Lopa. Hope to see you again next time. Also, again, thank you very much for Spartan Taco that gave me $10 of donations. Still got quite a lot more to go. 390. Don't worry, this is like a 3-day Donathon system. If I didn't reach 400, I will extend it for a few more days. Depends. So far, this stream is actually going like really, really well. I don't really have a lot of people like join into my stream. So around this kind of time, I'm starting to get more and more people. I kind of like get a hang of the timing. I might have to go to sleep early, maybe in the futures, and then like wake up around like 4 or 5, and then like decide to start streaming at 6. Because right now, current time is like it's already 7 a.m. Yep, current time is like 7 a.m. I've been streaming for the entire night. It's already been 6 hours, holy heck. Yeah, I have like this like video like not actually react, it's more like watch along stuff. You know, there's a guy who basically is troll. I watched this video with one of my viewer. This guy, basically, you know, like Johnny Somali, right? This is the other guy that doing the same ass shit. He just became a EU Parliament politician. Yeah, he got a sit over there. And then each month, right now, he basically still trolling in the internet and trolling in the parliament itself. And right now, this guy are earning 60,000 euro monthly being a troll. As a parliament politicians. He literally are like Johnny Somali 2.0. He do a lot of crime stuff, this and that, yada stuff. Is basically like you see what Johnny Somali does, and this guy did it twice as worse. Yeah, this guy is kind of like worse than Johnny Somali. And then he got into a politician role. Ooh. Surprised. I might actually have to clip that thing up. Clip that part out so we can have, you guys can like see like the reaction around the time too. I'm not really too good on commentating, but I do feel the frustration a guy like that get into like politician role. Not just that, 60,000 euro per month. I can't even get like 20 ringgit. Earn 20 ringgit enough for me to like live. And I stuck in this like stupid like disability I didn't even manage to get any benefit from. Yeah, it's a very stupid kind of like things that happens. It's like, ooh, just think about it kind of made me mad, a little bit mad. But anyway, yeah, it's already been like, how long is it? 6 hour-ish. Let me try to finish the ribbon. Once I finish the ribbon, I'll be calling it a day, I guess. Yeah, I had a little bit of lots of fun time chatting with everyone here. Thank you, Lopa, and thank you, Alea, and thank you, Healy, from being there with me, and Mozao visiting me, and yeah, lots of people here. And Dan too, of course, you. And Spartan Taco for being the first guy who donated for my first state donathon. I sound like I already need to close down, but no, I still like have some things I have to do first. Yeah, I actually drew the ribbon in the wrong directions. Now I'm trying to like fix it back. Almost done. Still have lots of progress I need to like do for this one. But so far everything working so good. Now you guys can kind of like notice why it takes so long to just like do this thing. I did like spend a lot of time chatting with people. Oh, you know. This thing is like really hard work stuff here because the detail is much more harder. Oof. I love the detail that I made so far. But it takes so much time to make this happen. Yeah, the head detail almost finished. Let me do this. I can do it. Even though my hand right now is really unstable because the vertigo is actually getting stronger and stronger. And then later on, you do have to like walk over to like place to eat. So, right now I'm tripping hazard. I'm not really sure that I should, but I am mighty hungry right now. I can cook inside my house, but personal opinion, I think Project Melody is dangerously adorable. Because she is basically a very wholesome pervert. So, and also she's quite adorable on personality wise. So, if you are the boyfriend or the girlfriend, you will one day encounter her holding a peg, give you basically she have a strap on, and then give you a puppy eyes, and then try to convince you to take it like a champ. And then you will have no choice but to agree to it. Whew. Ooh, this is going to be taking a while. But either way, this will be the end of the stream, I guess. It's already been quite long. I need to take some break from this. Either way, that's all, folks. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.